Well, obviously we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
Time. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. I can't relate to where I am. People just don't give a damn. I'll find a way. Make a break, figure out what it takes while traveling at the speed of light. Changes come, they affect their sight. Now it's been 7 years, almost there. The planet nears. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. To discover that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never Thank you very much.
Lovers, haters, and pedophile protectors, everyone included. Hello to you. I want to welcome everyone in today. Today's show is called Delphi, a complete disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolute complete disaster. Let me tell you, and it's by design. Okay, let's be clear here. It's all by design. What you are seeing in this community is the effect of an organized, centralized, narrative control and chaos campaign intended to distract everyone from what's actually going on, from what actually matters, and from the actual threads that should be pulled on to understand this case. And I got to tell you, it's very frustrating because it's an everyday occurrence. We can't go a day, not a day goes by that this chaos does not reign supreme. And essentially, you've got a bunch of plants in this community, whether you like it or not. I don't care if you like the concept or not. It's not up to me or you to like or dislike the fact or the facts. And the fact is, this case is infiltrated with a bunch of plants. We've described it in different ways over the years, right? We've said trolls. We've said bad actors. We've said controlled opposition. We've said cranks. We've said troll farm. We've said retards. But regardless of how you term it, the fact is plants. And keep in mind, it only takes a small number of plants, the centralized, organized chaos agents, to stoke the flames and have everyone sucked into the vortex of chaos. While the real killers go free, while the state benefits from the distraction that is provided by the chaos. It's a complete disaster. And you know, the fact is, we all pay the price. And I'm so fucking sick of seeing chatters whine about how they're at risk when their names are said or their bullshit is called out. Listen, you're not at risk. Okay? The ones who take all the hits are at risk. The ones whose faces are out here on a regular basis, whose voices are loud, whose platforms are strong, whose voices are heard, we are the ones at risk. We are the ones who take all the hits, and we are the ones who have to deal day in and day out with chaos agents and infiltrators into our own circles, into our lives, into our families' lives, and endless lies being told about us. Triangulation, gaslighting, defamation, stalking, harassment, and abuse. And like I said, what you're seeing is the symptom of the disease. And the disease is chaos agents, narrative control campaign, controlled opposition, controlled state actors, both sides with one objective: to keep you from talking about what's important and recognizing the connection to an extensive child and drug trafficking network that is ultimately behind the Delphi murders. Lawfare, weaponization of police, stalking, harassment, doxing, all of the above. It's a complete disaster. And I gotta say, It's really ratcheted up lately. And we predicted this. Don't you remember that we predicted this? We said what you're going to see is as we get closer to September and closer to oral arguments, it's going to get crazy. The chaos is going to build. It's going to be crazy. And wouldn't you know it, that's what we're dealing with. It's getting crazier and crazier by the day and by the week. It's insane. It's insane. And the good thing about that is it gives us teaching opportunities because we're able to sit back here and actually show you some of the behaviors and draw your attention onto the symptoms and the indicators of what can be seen and understood so that maybe you can see it a little better, a little more clearly. Now, why would that be? Why would they be so dead set on keeping you from noticing the links to the meth and child trafficking? Well, because that's what the Delphi murders opens the doors into. And if you were to understand the actual link to that world, you would potentially be focusing on what the ultimate goal is to hide, which is that this network ties into the higher ups, the judges, the lawyers, the law enforcement, and the rich folks. And so the ultimate goal of this campaign is that you don't look into the higher ups and their connection to this shit. So to do so, they framed and wrongfully convicted Richard Allen. Of course, that hasn't really worked out too well. So now the objective is chaos. Because since the railroading of Richard Allen didn't make this go away permanently forever, and since people are still looking into this angle, then chaos must reign supreme because the chaos will cause noise. Noise causes distraction. Distraction causes lack of focus. Lack of focus means you don't know where to look. And so instead of looking at the most compelling threads, you're just seeing a circus of chaos, which people call infighting, which people call wars, which people call all of this. But essentially, it's information warfare. And so what's happening right now is pretty egregious because this is a time period, this is a period in which we should be focusing on the clear constitutional violations that took place in the attempted railroading of this guy. So what we should be talking about are constitutional violations. We should be talking about the absolute horrific picture of Richard Allen in Westville and all that transpired in 13 months, placing this guy for 13 months in solitary confinement until he literally had a psychotic breakdown and started hallucinating and saying shit that didn't matter, like confessing to killing kids who don't even exist, confessing to shooting the girls who are dead, confessing to sexually assaulting them, and also declaring that he's King Michael, that World War III would start, that the world would explode if he fell asleep, and all of this other shit. All of that, what we should be talking about and focusing on. The judicial bias that was clearly exhibited throughout this process, the blocking of any particular possibility of a defense for Richard Allen, and the propping up of the prosecutor, and the facilitating the bearing of this case and the proceedings being held in darkness. All of that shit we should be talking about. The Tony Liggett probable cause affidavit that was full of misrepresentations and omissions. All of that stuff that is the body of the appeal, even the motion to correct error, which for those who are in the back who are absolute idiots who want to see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil, who literally turn their head away from the facts, they will read that motion to correct error and then they will still stand up and turn around and tell you Reese Davis is a liar. He has nothing to do with it. Well, Reese Davis makes up the largest portion of the body of that motion to correct error. So whether we're talking about post-conviction relief, motion to correct error, we're talking about Westville, we're talking about judicial bias, court error, or law enforcement malfeasance, no matter what it is, we should be talking about this appeal that is forthcoming. But instead, what are you seeing? You're seeing the defense dividing into two contingents, which is absolutely ridiculous. And let me clearly explain it for those who are really stupid and like to sit in the back and ignore reality. You see, what people like myself and my friends are saying about this is we believe that the third-party suspects mentioned by the defense planned on being used as a future defense and being incorporated into the motion to correct error and the post-conviction relief if that happens. What we are all saying is that there is a highly compelling case that the girls were targeted by pedophiles and lured out to the trails that day, and we have to back that up literal confessions, literal court documents, literal depositions, and literal investigative product that says, yes, all of that actually happened. The reason those girls went out to Delphi to the Monon High Bridge when they did was a result of the Anthony Schatz account, all of which is factual, which is documented, and which there is a plethora of record for. What we also say is that there's the high likelihood that some of the Frank's memorandum suspects who were identified and researched and investigated by Todd Click, Greg Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy, we're saying some of them are probably involved too, because there are indications that after being lured and targeted, others came in to do the finishing off or to complete the process. So we're saying this is a two-part crime. Targeting and luring, kidnapping, and secondly, murder and staging. Two crime scenes, two contingents of people, an entire crime that is very complex. That's what we're saying. It's an inclusive theory based on all of the evidence that is substantiated that has come forward. What is this other side saying? What is this other side saying? The fucking retards, the cranks, Rick Snay, Keith, Shaboogers, and all the fucking dumbasses. What are they saying? They're saying, no. We're protecting the pedophiles. Keegan Klein had nothing to do with it. Tony Klein had nothing to do with it. Fuck all those confessions. Fuck all that investigative product from law enforcement. Fuck all that discovery. They had nothing to do with it. This is all about the white supremacists. Why are you protecting white supremacists? Because they want to look at things with blinders on. They only want to see what was in the Frank's memorandum when the defense knew jack shit about anything. They had only completed half of their investigation, right? Think about this. September of 2023. But they're fucking retards. And the thing is, they're politically motivated, and their objective here as plants is to keep you from looking at the pedophiles. You understand that, right? What is their objective as defense plants? To keep you from looking at the pedophiles. And how do they do that? They say, only look at the white supremacists. Don't worry about the pedophiles. Don't worry about the facts of the matter. Don't worry about the fact that the Anthony Schatz account was responsible for those girls being targeted and lured out there. It's disingenuous. It's an insult to everyone's intelligence. And they're all extremely pathetic and small. So they cannot function as singular loud voices like I do and like some of us do. What they have to do is gang stalk. So what they have to do, because they're all very small, insignificant voices, they all have to gang together and get their talking points together, and they swarm you. So they go places and they swarm because there has to be 20 of them all in synchrony, right? The synchronous fucking talking points, harassing, slandering, lying, bullshitting. And what do? They point at people like me and they say, "You're protecting white supremacists." Well, that's the most fucking ridiculous thing in the world. First of all, I'm saying they're involved. See, they leave that part out. They forget the half of my statement where I say, yes, I believe the Anthony Shots account and the pedophiles were involved in the first half of this crime. And that what they choose to omit or pretend like I don't say is that I believe that the second half of this crime was carried out by some of the suspects in the Frank's memorandum who are the white supremacist gangsters. Of course, they forget all that. They ignore all that because that doesn't help with the talking points. What helps with the talking points is to say you're defending or protecting white supremacists. That's what helps with their talking points. But see, when we use that same logic and we turn it on them and we say, no, you're protecting the pedophiles. Oh, they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. But this is a comprehensive narrative control campaign utilizing plants and chaos agents who are one and the same on behalf of the state, because who ultimately benefits from this? Do you think Rick Allen is benefiting right now from this bullshit on the defense side? How does Rick Allen benefit? By these motherfuckers destroying half of the possibility of the defense of Richard Allen, which is that Keegan Kline and company were involved. How do they benefit from? How does Rick Allen benefit from that? When we know for certain that the future defense strategy involves Keegan Kline and the pedophiles. So what they're doing is not even aligned with the current strategy for the defense and post-conviction relief. It doesn't even align with the motion to correct error. It doesn't even align with the defense's initial run where they included Ron Logan, Keegan Kline, and Reese Davis in their defense strategy in the first place, but Judge Gull blocked it. You guys do remember that, right? These people are bad actors. They're bad faith actors. And they're wearing a mask. And the mask says, we care about Rick Allen. But what they're actually here to do is deflect from the drop box that opens the doors into the pedophiles, that opens the doorway into all the higher ups. So why are you protecting the pedophiles who go on up to the higher ups when you damn well know that's a potential aspect of the defense for Richard Allen into the future? And you can't claim that you're here to advocate for Richard Allen's wrongful conviction, but you're hamstringing his potential defense in the future? One day, the viewers, the world, the community will see it for what it is. As I mentioned, at a point in time when we should all be of one accord saying Richard Allen's constitutional rights were violated, he is wrongfully convicted, Judge Gull carried out an unfair trial, she was biased, law enforcement exercised misconduct, they expressed or exhibited malfeasance in the way they functioned, and they selectively omitted shit. They twisted things to fit onto Richard Allen. And the DLC tortured, imprisoned, and drugged Richard Allen against his constitutional rights as a pretrial detainee, innocent until proven guilty. They don't want to talk about that. So they continuously think that this bullshit is going to be effective. And let me see. They've been trying to run me off of YouTube for 3 or 4 years now. Has it worked? Has it worked? Has it worked? No. No. All you've done is given thousands of receipts to show your bad faith actions. So the most recent episode in all of this is that Ted of America Betrayed featured Noe and Rick Snay, Tony Klein, Keegan Klein defender, in a discussion. And I got to tell you guys, it was an absolute bloodbath. Noe wiped the floor with Rick Snay's ass. It was absolutely just clear, out in the open. And I'm going to play that for you tonight because I want to share it with all of you. And I'll put the link to it over in the description of this channel so that all of you guys can really see what I saw. I don't know if it'll be as clear to you. I hope it's as clear to you as it was to me. But, you know, when you hear discussion, you try to listen for the logic from both sides, for the reasoning and the volleying of thoughts and ideas and all of that. And so that's what I want to listen to tonight. Here is Ted's channel here. It's at America Betrayed Ted. Okay, and I'll put the link down in the description so that all of you guys can go over and follow Ted and listen for yourself because Ted has been having some discussions with people. But this is multifaceted. It's going to take a while, so get comfortable. But I'm going to be pointing out a lot of things to you. Let's see. So let's see how easily I can make this work. So here is the chat. Okay, what I'll be doing is I'll be
I want to thank both you guys for being with me. Rick, we've spoken several times. Noe, we're new to each other here. So I appreciate you taking a chance on me. I know you don't know me and all that sort of thing, but thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Now, look, can we go into some of the background here? I'm going to bring up, I think from what I can tell, Keegan Klein and his role in this tragedy, this crime. That's going to be the big major contention that we're probably going to spend most of our time on, from what I can tell. If we've got other issues, you're more than welcome to go there. We're all grown men here, so I'm going to let you guys say whatever you want to say. But again, I didn't intend this thing to be some big pro wrestling thing with a bunch of hype and drama. I don't think it's going to go that way, but let's just clear the air and get it out and see where everyone's at. Now, just for starters, I will tell you, I think I have a pretty good idea because I've read Rick's book and had a handful of conversations with him. I don't think he's totally wrong about who he thinks was ultimately behind this. I cannot dismiss the theory that he puts forth. I think there's a lot of weight to it. However, I do think, Keegan, there's so much smoke and there's got to be fire.
Exactly. And a key point I want to make before I allow them to continue, because I'll be stopping it to give some of my thoughts and ideas. But I mentioned this earlier to someone. I want you guys to be thinking about this: inclusive versus exclusive. Okay, as we listen, inclusive versus exclusive. Because my main criticism of this entire debacle is that very concept, that I feel that we are reasoning, looking at evidence, listening to confessions and testimony, and doing so in a way that we consider what is substantiated in an inclusive way. Whereas, as I mentioned, this other side here, where this war is happening, are those who are being exclusive, which is essentially, you cannot include the pedophiles in this conversation. So, with that being said, I'll allow it to carry forward, because I want you to understand that, like, in other words, reason with me here. Pedophiles, white supremacists, gangsters, whatever you want to call them, Odinist, drug dealers, they're not mutually exclusive. Both things can be true at the same time and could be the motivating factor behind this crime. They're not mutually exclusive. So why are we arguing about it and pretending that they are?
With Keegan Kline, and if this guy isn't involved, nobody's involved, in my opinion. And I put Ron Logan in that same boat. He's got to be involved. So, Rick, do you want to go ahead and make your address anything that's been said, or make your position out here first? I'll give the floor to you here.
Well, what I would, how I would respond to that is the way I respond to it usually is, what is the smoke? Why do you think Kagan is involved? Why do you think he has to be involved?
I think he's the most likely suspect for the catfishing of who got him there. And of course, he blames his father, from what I hear, but I think it's got to be him. And not only that, the police went to him first. They went to him on, there was a story with a girl, I believe her name was Alexis, from Galveston, Indiana, on February 20th. She had mentioned, or she had messaged, rather, the Anthony Shots account and said, hey, my parents aren't going to be home on such and such day. Come over and we'll hook up. And then on February 20th, she got home from school off the school bus, and she called police after this happened, but she saw a ski masked man look in her window, or her bedroom window, at her parents' house. So she called the police
bedroom window
and reported the story. And the police didn't go to Ron Logan. They didn't, and they sure didn't go to Richard Allen. They went to Keegan Kline, and that was less than a week after the girls' bodies were found. And
okay,
so that's the one. That's one. The second thing, I still have a hard time, and I know Murder Sheet wrote in their book, in the official history, that it was inconclusive and it was the FBI that goofed up, but. Man, how convenient for Keegan Kline that the Marathon gas station footage was never fully recovered. I believe that would have shown possibly that he was there in Delphi that day. He looked up that gas station on his phone, just like he looked up this schoolgirl's address on his phone, Alexis, in Galveston, Indiana. So those two things alone, those stick out to me as big. And I think a lot of people, for years and years, they called this the Snapchat murderers, right?
In the beginning, yeah. But the reason they called it that is because of the pictures that were posted on Snapchat right before the girls disappeared was the main thing. But so this girl reported on February 20th, right? She reported that on February 20th, she saw someone looking in her bedroom window after she had told Anthony Shots that her parents weren't going to be home. Kagan and Tony were in Vegas on February 20th. So it couldn't have been Kagan or Tony. And also, the FBI cleared both of the Kleins way back.
Nope, they were never cleared. They're still not cleared. They're still not cleared if you read the depositions. This is bullshit, Alaudo.
Back on February 25th, they told ISP and the Unified Command, they told them, these guys aren't the guys. You got the wrong people. You know, and you would think if there was all this evidence that he had been catfishing Libby, you know, you would think that the FBI would have that information. You would think they would have that proof, the evidence to nail him. You know,
Keegan wiped all of his accounts on the secret phone that he refused to turn over until he wiped it. Let's be real here. And keep in mind, by the way, Libby's phone was wiped too. And how much you want to bet, for those out there who are actual critical thinkers, how much would you wager that all of Abby's accounts were also wiped? Right? So Keegan wipes his shit. Libby's shit is wiped. Abby's shit is wiped. Everything's wiped.
Police admit that when Kagan and Tony got back from Vegas, that they brought Kagan in, questioned him, and gave him a polygraph exam. Now, they say he failed that polygraph exam. They told him 3 years later, in August of 2020, they told him he failed that polygraph exam on Delphi. So what we have then is a police force dealing with a double child murder, the biggest thing they've dealt with in their history in Delphi there. And they give a guy a polygraph exam about that crime, and he fails it, and they say, okay, go on, you go ahead and go home. We'll be in touch. And they forget about him for 3 years.
No, they didn't forget about him for 3 years. They used all of his accounts to further their investigation into the pedophiles of Carroll County, of Miami County, and of all of Indiana, the entire pedophile network. You don't think that the NCMEC and the feds were monitoring all of those accounts after they first identified in 2017 what Keegan was doing? You're telling me you don't understand that from 2017 to 2020, they were monitoring all those accounts and using them to catch others? Because that's typically how that works.
That don't sound right to me. That just doesn't ring true to me. They can't prove anything beyond the initial one contact. They said, well, he contacted him the morning of the murder.
No, bullshit. They proved many contacts prior to that one. Okay, only on the day of the murders, yes, there was one contact, but there were prior contacts too. So why are we misrepresenting that as well?
But there's never been that proof has never been presented. Nobody's ever seen it. You know, they have only gone by what the police have said. I don't tend to give the police, as you know, people talk about, well, the police, Jerry Holman said in his deposition that, Kagan Klein, the Anthony Schatz profile was probably used to lure them out there. Well, when do we choose to believe Jerry Holman? Do we choose to believe him?
That's also a fallacious argument. Just because Jerry Holman said it doesn't mean it's false. Okay, that's a fallacious argument. What incentive would Jerry Holman have had to reveal to the defense that, yes, the Anthony Schatz account, Keegan and Tony Klein, lured the girls out to the trails that day? What incentive would Jerry Holman and David Vito have had to lie to the defense with that particular piece? It doesn't help Jerry Holman or ISP to give the defense an aspect to defend by saying, we're gonna give to the defense team now the fact that the Anthony Schatz account lured the girls, were responsible for the girls going out there that day. It doesn't add up. You can see, just because Jerry Holman said it, don't mean it's false. That's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's something that no critical thinker does. You take each element as it is and evaluate it on that basis. So fuck you. Just because Jerry Holman said it, I'm not automatically going to believe it's a lie because it goes against the people you're trying to defend.
Up to a certain point, and then we say, okay, now he's lying. Or do we say you have to question everything he says because he's a known liar? I myself question anything Jerry Holman would say. Anything.
Okay, Rick. So Keegan's a known liar, right? Jerry Holman's a known liar. Well, guess what, Rick? You're a known liar. Okay? You lied about the crime scene photos. You emailed them to Julie Melvin. I have the email. She forwarded it to me. You lied, Rick. So you're a liar. You're a liar, Rick Snay. So why should we believe anything you say? It's not the only thing you've lied about as well, Rick Snay. So you told one lie. So everything you say is a lie, Rick? That's your logic?
Thing David Vito would say, anybody connected to this case on the law enforcement side, I would question.
Rick, we do question because we are inquisitive, critical individuals. We question everything, just like we're questioning you. We're questioning your adamant defense of a known serial rapist and pedophile.
Anything they had to say. As far as Tony or Kagan being the most likely to have catfished them out there, I'm not so sure about that.
It's a fact. It's not in question. The Anthony Shots account were responsible for the girls being out there. And David Vito says it's Tony Klein and Keegan Klein.
I think it would be much more likely that someone used Logan Holder to lure them out.
That sounds like a bullshit. That's a bullshit. I've heard that story from you guys before. Logan Holder, where's the proof, Rick? See, this is where you're going. So you hate Brad Holder so much that it means Logan Holder was responsible, which is complete speculation. Where's the evidence? We are bringing to you evidence from discovery that says so. You are bringing a false accusation substantiated by nothing other than the fact that Brad Holder is mentioned in the Franks memorandum.
Out there, because that was an established thing with Abby and Logan when he came to town, because Abby had to hide the fact that she was dating him because Anna would not have approved. She would never have approved. She wouldn't have let Logan Holder, a 15, 16-year-old boy, she would not have let him in the same room with her.
Bullshit. Anna knew what Abby was up to. Come on, you think the mamas don't understand what the daughters are doing? The mamas been there, done that. They knew those girls were fucking around with these little boys. Come on, man.
Daughter. So I would think they'd be much more likely that someone would be able to get a hold of Logan Holder's password or phone.
Much more likely with no evidence.
Or whatever, and lure them out there. And I would also point to the fact that on the
complete speculation, like I said, this is what I mean about bringing things substantiated by evidence versus complete fucking speculation.
Late on the 13th, sometime after the school let out and everything, that Logan Holder texted his dad and said, they're missing. Who's missing?
And what's wrong with that, Rick? What does that have to do with Keegan Klein and Tony Klein? What does Logan Holder messaging his dad and saying they're missing have to do with Keegan and Tony Klein? I'm not getting how all of a sudden we're on Logan telling Brad Holder they're missing.
Missing. Well, who was missing on the 13th? And why would he just say they're missing?
Because that's what you say when you realize some people are missing? How else do you say they're missing?
You know, it sounds to me like maybe he knew that someone had used his socials or whatever.
Bullshit, Rick. That is bullshit logic. Sounds to me like maybe. Speculation, speculation, speculation. 3 in a row. Sounds to me like maybe.
To lure Abby out there, you know, and maybe his dad said, "Oh, don't."
No, Abby was not lured out there. Okay, Rick, here's where you're wrong. Libby was lured out there by the Anthony Shots account. Abby came with, period. Abby's not lured. Libby's lured. Keegan admitted it multiple times. Investigators admit it. It's a fact. Matter of fact, if you actually would listen when the whistleblower stepped forward, they say that Keegan was upset and sketched out and disappointed that someone else showed up with, because the plan was only Libby show up. She was the only one lured and invited. She brought Abby with, and they were surprised when they discovered there was another one.
Worry, it's nothing. They just want to talk to him or something like that. And then Logan finds out that they're missing and sends his dad a message saying they're missing. And that's all it said was they're missing. So, you know, that's where I come down on that, as far as I just think it's much more likely that Logan Holder was used.
With
and
no evidence.
I find it very hard to believe anything that the police say, not to mention the fact that
because that's cognitive dissonance, Rick. You have cognitive dissonance because you vigorously defend Tony and Keegan Kline at the expense of all else, at the expense of your wife, at the expense of your channel, at the expense of all your friendships.
It's the young girl who saw the guy in the ski mask looking in her bedroom window, had a second floor bedroom.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. The police investigated that. We have the reports. It actually happened, and it's documented, and it had nothing to do with the second story window. It was a ground level window that was being looked into. So how do you know what room this happened in and whether it was on the second or the ground level? Again, this is deflecting. Why are you protecting whoever it was that was looking in that window? Is it because your friend Tony Kline has a history of doing this very same thing? I believe it is.
So did he bring a ladder with him? You know, did he climb a tree? And, you know, I don't know.
Logical fallacy, straw man argument. That no one has ever claimed that this person was peeking in a second story window. The facts were always, this was a ground level window that was being looked into.
But
okay, that's interesting.
It just to me, that just, you know, is another thing that just doesn't ring true,
because you don't want it to be true, Rick.
You had girls, teenage girls are like that. They're going to want to get involved in stuff like that. You know, they're going to want to get involved in these kind of things.
What kind of things, Rick? Having peeping Toms looking in their window?
Just like they said, you know, some girl told them that Anthony Schatz said, "Oh my God, I was supposed to meet her that day and she didn't show up."
No one said Anthony Schatz said that. They said Keegan said that.
Did he really say that? Or is that what the girl is saying? Or
Keegan said that. And it's fact. It's documented.
Is there even a girl that said it? Did the police make it up, you know, using the Reed technique?
Well, Kelsey's the one who said that.
No. It's not the Reed technique. That's the go-to all the time. Just like you denied the Dropbox even exists, which we're going to prove later, and I've already proven. The Dropbox exists, okay? It was literally on Keegan's phone, okay? So to say that the Dropbox doesn't exist because it was just the Reed technique, because you're picking and choosing to only reference the mention of the Dropbox in the interview, which potentially could be Reed technique, you're willfully ignorant that the fact is that it's also in the probable cause affidavit that in his phone, there was a Dropbox where CSAM was traded.
Kelsey's
I
the
don't
one who
know.
said that. Yeah.
I don't know.
You're right. You don't know, Rick Snay.
Yeah.
There's no
Kelsey,
proof.
no.
What proof is there of that? What proof is there that
Well,
Kelsey said that?
I'm just saying that Kelsey's the one who said that. I contacted that Anthony Shots account, and he texts back saying I was supposed to meet them.
Well, but here's the thing. If that's true, then okay, Kelsey contacted him and admits to contacting him that night while she was at the fire station while the search was going on. Okay,
Mhm.
she didn't know the girls were killed yet. The girl supposedly told Anthony Schatz, "Did you hear about Libby? She was murdered." And Anthony Schatz said, "Oh my God, I was supposed to meet her that day." It couldn't have been Kelsey.
No.
Rick, circular argument and logic. No logic. You're confusing all the shit. This. You're terrible at this, Rick.
Because Kelsey talked to him
what
that
I
night.
understand was that Kelsey was trying to reach out to accounts and going back through Libby's accounts and trying to reach out to other accounts who had been in contact with her, and Anthony Schatz was one of them. So this was before they knew the girls were dead. I don't remember.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It was before they knew the girls were dead. So why would Anthony Schatz, what the police tell him is that the girl said, "Did you hear what happened to Libby?" And he said, "No." And the girl said, "Well, she was murdered the other day." And he said, "Oh my God, I was supposed to meet her that day and she didn't show up."
Rick, look, you're a bunch of word vomit. You're literally word vomit. Where's the receipts for this? You're citing shit in a very confused, it's word salad. Okay, very confused and disjointed manner. Like, let's actually talk about what the receipts say. So how about this? How about I pull up the transcript? Okay, how about we pull up the transcript and I search for the word. Let's see. Where is it? This is absolutely ridiculous. This is so disingenuous. There's no way to actually make heads or tails of shit when you're just word salading your way through everything. Let's see. So let's refer to the actual fucking transcript if we're going to have this discussion. Okay, is my mic on? Good. So for those who are listening, we are on page 139 and 140 of the Keegan Kline unredacted transcript. Okay? So it says this. So it says that this is from the Snapchat return. Okay? It says, you talk to this girl about the girls being missing. She said, "Did you hear about Liberty?" You respond on the Anthony Schatz account, "OMG, what happened?" That's talking about two girls that were missing and then would wound up dead. The girl you were talking to says Anthony Schatz was meeting up with Liberty. Okay? Same conversation of the "oh my God, what happened?" Anthony Schatz says, "Yeah, we were supposed to meet up, but she never showed up." Okay, so first of all, Rick, page 139 and 140 of the unredacted transcript, they are discussing the girls being missing, not dead, not murdered. This is happening when the girls are being described as missing. So you're not telling the truth because you're not remembering it correctly, or you're wishfully thinking that you're right in your argument, and you're not referring to the actual document to understand what the hell you're even talking about. So the truth is that everything you're saying is wrong right here. They're discussing the girls being missing, not dead.
So if it was before they knew the girls were murdered, it could not have been Kelsey. So, you know, I mean, if it was before they knew the girls were murdered, it was Kelsey then, but it couldn't have been her that said the thing, you know, about her being murdered and then him saying I was supposed to meet her that day.
It wasn't about her being murdered. It was about them being missing. Did you hear about Libby? She's missing. And Anthony Schatz overreacts and said, oh my God, no, what happened? Which indicates guilt because it's an overreaction. And yes, it's either Keegan or Tony.
Also, if you look at what Kelsey said about contacting him, you know, when the Anthony Schatz profile came to light, she said, you know, yeah, I contacted him and, you know, I asked him if he'd heard from her. He said no, and nothing seemed, you know, amiss. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. So I don't know why everybody's making a big deal about it. That was her statement about that. So,
Rick, let me back you up to one thing. Can you clarify what are the official dates that the Kleins leave town and go to Vegas and then come back?
I believe
No, we're not doing beliefs, Rick. We're not doing beliefs. What are the facts? Okay? What are the facts? And are you also going to lie about Tony sending large amounts of money? $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. I got to go back and look at the receipts. I believe it was $20,000 or so. But
let's see, they spent 2 days in Arizona and 4 days in Vegas. They came back the 25th. So they left on the 19th, I believe. I think they could have left a little bit before that, but they were gone on the 20th. I know that.
Okay. I had read that, you know, he had tried to lie and move up the timeline, that they were out of town on the days of the murders and it couldn't have possibly been them. I happened to catch that in a quick thing. And then I never could find the exact dates that they were gone, but I believe it is the 25th that they come back, and that's the same day they get raided, right?
Yeah. And I know Tony had, because Tony showed me, because everybody was saying, oh, well, they ran off to Vegas. It was an unplanned vacation, but it wasn't, because Tony showed me.
It doesn't matter what Tony showed you, Rick. They ran off to Vegas. Okay. They ran off to Vegas immediately after the murders. We've already demonstrated this before. We've shown all the receipts. And yet this continues to be quack, quack.
He put in his paperwork for that vacation in August of 2016. And he showed me his he went to the HR people, because he didn't still have it. So he went to the HR people at Chrysler and he got a copy.
That's not proof. That's not proof of anything. Not proof of anything. Like, do you have, can you prove that Keegan didn't try to sell photos of these dead girls in Vegas? Because that's what he told everyone. And he said Libby was too fat.
Of his vacation request, because you have to put it in early, because it's like if two people put in for the same vacation, you know, the higher seniority is going to get it. But if someone lower in seniority already has that vacation booked and you put in for it, that lower seniority guy is going to get it because he already had it booked. And they're not going to tell him, well, sorry, you got to change your plans because this guy's got more seniority and he wants to, you know. So he put in, he said, you got to put in for those things as early as possible. So as soon as he found out they were planning to go, and the way they did that, the way they figured out when they were going to go, was they were coordinating it with a friend of his that lived in Arizona, because Tony wanted to go visit his friend in Arizona while he was out west. So they coordinated it to when that guy could have them out there and everything. And they went to Arizona first, and they spent 2 days in Arizona, and then they went to Vegas and they were in Vegas for 4 days, and then they came home. So, he showed me the paperwork August, I think it was August 15th or something of 2016 that he put in that vacation. So it wasn't like a spur of the moment. It was a planned vacation.
And it doesn't
One
matter
thing
either
I
way.
can't
It doesn't matter.
I can't totally understand if, okay, let's say Keegan and the father, they're not involved at all. They truly had zero to do with this, right? I know the likely answer to this question is going to be, well, he's a compulsive liar. He's a habitual liar. That's the answer. Well, right. I can't understand why he would bring his father in and throw his father under the bus in these interrogations and try to blame everything on him.
Good point.
It was my dad who arranged for the girls to come out. I was in the red Jeep at the cemetery and I waited in the car, and then my dad came back with a bloody knife. Why
did he say that to the police? Did he say that to the police, or did he say it to the?
Yes, that's another thing, Rick. We're going to show you, because this is all this fucking this game of shell game. It's a shell game. Yes, he said it to the police. And I've shown the receipts multiple times. So why this feigned ignorance? You know he explained this to the police.
The girl that the police were monitoring discussions with.
That's a good question. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I'm sure. I'll show you the
we don't know
receipts
if he said it to the police or not. We just know that's what he said, and that the police searched the Wabash River due to that story. Then they,
No, not due to that story. Due to the fact that he told them he threw the knife and a phone, I believe, in the Wabash River, and he brought him to the wrong spot. Okay, he brought him to the wrong spot intentionally, and we're going to get into that later. And they spent here's a rhetorical question. Why would they spend $1 million searching that river and offer Keegan immunity if they didn't believe him and think there was something to be found?
I was under the impression that he might have given one of those stories, the red Jeep in the cemetery. He might have told Holman that.
I don't know. I would have to be shown that.
I'll show you in a minute.
From my understanding of it, he was talking to, and I'm not sure, I mentioned this in the book. It's likely that the girl, the woman that was getting the red Jeep story, it's likely that was Kelly Brown.
No, he told it also to law enforcement, and he specifically said to law enforcement, a red Jeep. What he told to the women is, no, it's a car. I was in a car.
Because I think by this time, the girl that was married that lived in southern Indiana, I think by this time she had stopped talking with him. And of course, Holly was getting a totally different story, because Holly believed it was all part of a big child catfishing, sex ring or something.
Yeah, because he told Holly more of the truth. He told Holly more of the truth. And it's why you determined to fight and war with Holly for multiple years in a very fucking unhinged way. You battled that girl over her telling the truth about what Keegan was telling her. Just like you battle Reese Davis now, you battle Diana, you battle Noe, and you battle me. You've ruined every fucking relationship with everybody here because you are determined to defend those clients till the day you die.
Like that. And she was saying that, Kagan was helping her kind of try to bring him down and everything from the inside. And, so that's the story she was getting. And then I think it would probably have been Kelly Brown that was getting the story about the Jeep and everything. But
again, I think, Rick, find the receipts, get your story from the receipts. Stop thinking, speculating, guessing.
From my understanding, Kagan told, and from what he told me, of course, again, he's a liar, so, but from what he told me, he said that he was just telling them whatever they wanted to hear, and that when the red Jeep story was bridged too far, pardon the pun, and he kind of felt really bad about it and everything. And when they questioned him about it and said, we want to know everything you know, or we're going to put you down in general population at this prison and watch you get raped and beaten until you're dead. And he just broke down and started crying and everything and told him, guys, I don't know a damn thing. I don't know anything about Delphi,
Wrong.
And of course, when
hold on, we got a retard in here. I never said he was a rapist. I never said he was a rapist. I said Tony was.
Coleman is deposed, of course he's going to say that the Anthony Schatz profile could have had something to do with it, because they spent 2 or 3 years trying to connect it to the murders. And they would look absolutely ridiculous if they didn't say that they still believed it might have something to do with it. But my answer to that is, if they really thought the Anthony Schatz profile had something to do with the murder, why wouldn't they bring Kagan Klein into the courtroom to testify against Richard Allen?
Because Judge Gull forbid it. And their objective at that point was to make Richard Allen the lone wolf perpetrator. Once they decided to change directions and not convict him of kidnapping with others, but convict him as the lone wolf perpetrator. That's why.
And say, yeah, I catfished him out there, and Richard, and he killed him and all that. They were trying, they needed everything they could get their hands on to convince that jury. Having the judge on your side is one thing, but they still got to have evidence to give to the jury, and
Right.
They didn't have a whole lot. So you would think they would say, okay, I'll tell you what, Kagan,
No, Rick, because that defeats their lone wolf perpetrator theory that they settled on. So why would they bring in some other party to suddenly complicate the entire narrative if they're settled on railroading him with the lone wolf perpetrator narrative?
We'll give you, we'll keep, we'll give you a lighter sentence on this, if you come in and testify that you catfished them to the bridge and Richard Allen killed him. But instead, they forbid anyone to even breathe his name in court. They couldn't say his name. They couldn't say Tony's name, so I just, everything to me adds up to they knew that they didn't have anything to do with it.
No, they knew they were going to railroad Richard Allen using a lone wolf perpetrator theory, so then they excluded everyone else. But again, you can't answer the question on why they would offer Kagan immunity if he had nothing to do with it.
Gotcha. Okay. Noe, let me go to you. I'm sorry to leave you in the cold here this long. I'm sorry. Listen, I saw a video clip of you and Kagan Klein jawing, cussing at each other as he's being perped walk out of the courthouse into the police SUV. Can you take me back through and maybe lay out some of the context there? Did you guys have a falling out after your time in Miami County together?
You're on mute. You're on mute, Noe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. Okay.
It happens.
First of all, Kagan and I were never buddies. But during my time at Miami County, and obviously, you're in a dorm with 14, 15 other individuals, you kind of interact, right? So by the time Kagan went to his, I think he had a change of plea hearing. I went to 2 of them, to his change of plea hearing and sentencing. And it was at the sentencing hearing. That's the one you're referring to. I don't think Rick was there, but I was there, and it was a very long hearing, and they discussed in detail a lot of the things he had been involved with in regards to exploiting children. So at the end of the day, I was just like, "Why did you do that?" I confronted him. It was more of a trying to figure out the answers of how this dude would get involved in the things they described at during the sentencing hearing. And I understand that Courtney Alwine was the prosecutor for Miami County. She had no deals to offer. The case against Kegan Klein was a separate case. And Courtney Alwine had no deal to offer Kagan. However, what was clear to me and many others who were right there was that he had been offered immunity to help law enforcement with whatever he knew in regards to the Delphi murder case. But he was not going to get a deal. He was not going to get less years for the child exploitation charges because he cooperated with law enforcement. That was never said or mentioned. What was mentioned was that he had been offered immunity from the Delphi case. So why would they offer him immunity if he had nothing to do with it?
That's an interesting point. Now, I watched a Murder Sheet interview with, it was mostly Anya interviewing Kegan Klein on the prison phone, and they had a video feed of it. And he said he had more to say about the Delphi situation, but he thought the timing right there and then wasn't the best to get into it with his case still active and things not totally settled. And of course, the thought that crossed my mind watching the interview is, well, if you're not involved, how could you possibly have anything more to say about Delphi? So, Rick,
well, he also wanted money and cigarettes.
And that's look, money and cigarettes is no reason to implicate yourself and your father in a brutal double homicide. Come on, Rick. This is not about money and cigarettes and potato chips. That's all. That's another fucking, like, a reach. Like, are you serious that you're going to implicate yourself and your father in a horrific double homicide for potato chips and cigarettes?
He told, when Murder Sheet contacted him about another interview, he told him he wanted money and cigarettes.
I see. So he was good at the telling people what they wanted to hear, and he'd get a little in return, commissary money or supplies.
Hold on a second, Rick. Where did you hear that he asked for cigarettes?
From Holly, remember? Marlboro menthols.
Oh. Well, as far as I know, Kagan was not a smoker. If you heard it from Holly, I never heard it from Holly. I never heard that he ever asked for cigarettes. What I do know is that they offered him immunity from the Delphi case in exchange for his collaboration, and his collaboration was the river search.
And nothing came of the river search. So was he? Did they rescind the immunity? I mean, was this a publicized thing? That, because I heard rumors that he was offered immunity, but I never saw anything official.
I showed the fucking transcripts, Rick. Selective ignorance. Yes. He's offered immunity from the prosecutor, who's Nick McClelland. And it's not a dispute. It's in the record.
That they offered him immunity.
Well, that's probably something that they wouldn't show you, Rick, or me, you know.
I've shown it on my channel more than once.
It would come out in the news at some point, you would think.
I showed it on my channel more than once.
Well, not really.
Bullshit.
When you become a enter a witness protection program or something, that's not something that they tell you or me or YouTubers or the news media.
But this wasn't a witness protection program. This was him being offered immunity.
What is said is that he requested to be put in witness protection So he was going to be granted immunity and put in witness protection for his cooperation on the Delphi murders case. And that's in the factual record. It's not up for dispute.
To testify in a high-profile case.
Oh, it was witness protection because he knew details about the murders, whether he was there, whether he committed the murders or not. He knew details, and he he agreed. He agreed to help the investigation in exchange for immunity and to enter the witness protection program where his name would not be brought out, and which is why they didn't want him to, they wanted to detach him from the case as much as possible. But I mean, the way I see it, like you say, Rick, that Kagan was telling Holly what she wanted to hear and telling Kelly what Kelly wanted to hear. Well, what tells us that Kagan didn't tell you what he wanted you to hear?
Nothing. I admit that.
I mean,
that's a good one. No,
I mean, that's you see what I'm saying? I said
that. And like we all can establish that, okay, he's a liar. And what doesn't tell you that Tony Klein is not a liar either?
He could be.
And to me, like your obsession in the way you defend Tony, and it's a little odd for me because like you've gone out of your way completely to like totally defend him and
okay, hold on a second, Prof. Because I hear Prof talking here. No, there is no obsession. I don't even like Tony now.
I'm not.
Okay, we're not friends anymore.
I'm not representing Prof here.
Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying.
Well, why is it that every time anyone expresses their own opinion about something they believe, why all of a sudden is it Prof?
Everything Prof says. Okay, there is no obsession. There is no obsession. Why? Okay, but listen. Why are you so adamant to protect white supremacists?
See what I mean? Why are you protecting white supremacists? This is one of their talking points. Why are you protecting? Who the fuck is protecting white supremacists? This has nothing to do with protecting white supremacists.
See why that's funny to me that you would go out of your way to protect Pat Westphal.
It's obvious, Rick.
I'm not going out of my way to protect anybody, not Tony Klein, not Kagan Klein. I'm going out of my way to say that innocent people or people that you can't prove are guilty should not be smeared by anyone, including Prof.
It's not our job, Rick. We are not a court of law. Why are you putting it on us to be a court of law? It's not on us to prove anything about Keegan or Tony Klein. We are discussing limited purpose public figures who were POIs in the Delphi case, who were all implicated in the Delphi case, who were investigated in the Delphi case, who are thoroughly discussed in depositions and in an entire case record. It's not on us to be the court of law. We're not the judge, jury, or executioner. We're having public discussion about a high-profile true crime case. So it's really deflecting to try to say you are not proving it. It's fuck it. It's not our point to or responsibility to prove anything. That's what a trial is for.
That's all I've ever said. Okay, I'm not even friends with Tony anymore.
No, Rick, you are trying to stifle public discourse on the Delphi murders, Rick Snee. Period. That's all you've ever done. You are adamant to prevent people from discussing Keegan and Tony Klein as having any sort of relation to the Delphi murders. Why do you care?
Okay, and I put
How is it okay for you to discuss Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal? How is that okay, Rick? You're discussing Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal, who were investigated. We're discussing Tony Klein and Keegan Klein, who were investigated. What's the difference? So if we're protecting white supremacists, you're protecting pedophiles.
on my page, I put that Kagan, I could go find it and read it to you right now. I put, he's a slime bag, he's a pedophile, he's a creep, he's guilty of everything that he was accused of in that catfishing case, and he deserves the time he got, and I would give him even more time. I'm not defending anybody.
Then why are you protecting him in terms of being discussed in the Delphi murders discussion?
Saying I don't believe they're involved. Why does that? How does that make me obsessed and defending?
Because you burn down relationships over that. And instead of discussing the constitutional violations and wrongful conviction of Richard Allen, what you're preferring to do is attack everyone with a whole group of people who are using you as a useful idiot, who are literal state actors and plants, to try to smear us and silence us on our critique of the Delphi murders investigation.
Tony Klein and everything.
I mean, you have come across pretty obsessive towards anybody who tries to,
because I say that you don't have proof. Because I say you don't have proof.
We don't need proof. We're reading from the court record. And we're also reiterating Keegan's own confessions to 5 different people, minimum.
And you're accusing a person that you don't have proof of. That's not an obsession. That is not an obsession.
Well, me personally, myself, I live 12 miles from 67 Canal Street in Peru. Old 24 puts me there. I've been around Peru for 28 years. I've lived around this area. And
I lived in Logansport for 40 years. What's your point?
And, well, in the most recent times, in regards to Tony Klein, I've heard many locals tell me accounts about Tony Klein. And I actually am talking to one of Tony Klein's former close friend, high school friends who grew up with Tony, and there's a lot of like I'm hearing it from local people who lived right next to Tony, people who hung out with Kagan, and when you hear a lot of these similar stories, it's just you can't just dismiss the fact that there is a huge possibility, not just a possibility, a huge possibility that he was involved in Kagan's little endeavor of catfishing, disseminating child exploitation material, just based on what I hear from locals, people who know him locally.
The odd thing is that these stories from locals weren't going around when he was being discussed as the murderer. That's it's weird that they're coming out now.
Yeah, there's some in the discovery, Rick, that you don't know about.
But hey, what do I know?
Let me jump in
Rick,
with a question.
Rick, I disagree with you again, Rick. Tony Klein was always a POI.
Of course he was.
These stories have been out. I mean, gosh, by God's sake, one of the first houses they hit after the murders in 2017 was 67 Canal Street, Peru.
Exactly, we know that. That's. I mean, they also hit about a half a dozen other places that first week.
Sure.
Maxwell's,
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that they're not involved, though, Rick.
Yeah, I agree, but
doesn't mean everybody that they hit was involved.
And it doesn't mean everybody they hit were not involved. So what's the point in that deflection?
Trying to pick a fight with you, but it just, to me, it just seems like you're like 100% sure that he had nothing to do, that, I mean, there's like not even a slight chance that he could have lied to you and told you what he
That is
wanted,
not true.
what he
That
wanted
is
you
not.
to
I have said in this interview. That it's possible. That it's possible.
Mhm.
I don't see it. That's what I said.
Well, let people discuss it. Let the community discuss it as they choose.
Now, to me, I can see Logan and the clients um, being, knowing each other, and some kind of illicit activity going on. Look, man, the way they describe Tony Klein to me is exactly the way they describe Ron Logan, an old partier, um, likes younger women, has parties with younger girls, and basically Kagan Klein's friends and that age group coming in his house and drugging and partying with younger kids. And that, I mean, that kind of describes, or a lot of people have described Logan that way. And like I said, man, I've talked to people who Kagan didn't just talk to me or even Reese. There's dozens of people who have accounts that Kagan has shared, but nobody, Indiana, bro, nobody speaks up. Nobody's gonna, nobody's gonna. They'd rather die and take the secrets to their grave, and it's just the way it is here. So I truly, I understand, Rick, that that's your take on it. He has nothing to do with it. The clients had absolutely nothing to do with it. But sometimes you become obsessive with it, and that is what it's odd to me. And this is not proud speaking. I see it myself. I mean, I'm capable of seeing it myself.
Well, again, I don't know what you're calling obsessive. I really don't. I'm obsessive about the fact that I don't believe Richard Allen is guilty. I don't see where you're saying I'm obsessive simply because I say that I don't think they were involved. Okay. I mean,
Well,
It's not you saying that you don't think they're involved. It's you viciously attacking everyone who questions whether they are involved or not, Rick Snay. That's the problem. You have brutally attacked anyone who begins to question whether or not Keegan and Tony were involved. And that's the difference. And you're minimizing the argument here.
like sometimes you use examples as, he's not very computer savvy or tech savvy.
how's that obsessive? That's called presenting evidence. That's called presenting what I see as evidence for something. That's not obsessive.
Well, you just come across, in my opinion, you come across very obsessive in defending any type of I mean, there's documents that even during the interrogation where I can't remember if it was Vito or Sissel or somebody, where they clearly can tell that there was two type of verbiage used when communicating with these girls.
Exactly, and I know who the other one was.
You don't know who the other one was, Rick. You say it's Dirk because Keegan told you it was Dirk, just like Keegan told the officers who were interviewing him in that transcript or in a video in 2020. He said Dirk at that point in time. But you know what he told everyone else? And you know what Vito and Holman say? It's his dad. That's the other user. It's not Dirk. It's not Dirk. So you say you know it's Dirk, but you don't know it's Dirk. You believe it's Dirk based on what you were told by the Kleins. Just like we believe it's Tony based on what we are told by the whistleblowers and the investigators.
And the other one, you know, according to Kagan, it was the dad. And I mean, I was there when they read some of that stuff when this person was communicating and asking a minor, would you have sex with my dad? And they believed that was actually Tony Klein typing.
Okay, go look at the transcript that Murder Sheet put out. Kagan is not saying, yeah, I think that was, that was my dad. Kagan says the opposite. He said, no, that wasn't my dad. He wouldn't know how to get into my stuff. I always had to do his.
Rick, you're revising history. He said it's Dirk in that interview. He said it's Dirk. He blamed Dirk. But what did he tell everyone else after that? From 2020 to 2026, what has he been saying? It was my dad. Okay?
Kagan told me personally, face to face, my dad was the one talking to these girls.
Well, he told me it was his buddy Dirk. So there again, Kagan tells people what they want to hear. They tell different stories.
So he told you that what you wanted to hear was that it was Dirk because he knows you know his dad.
So who knows which is true?
He does. Just to back you up here, Rick, you got a point. I have seen it in one of these interviews. I forget who it was with. He says, sometimes I pass out and my roommate, is Dirk the one that went to Vegas with him, or who was the guy who lived in Vegas?
Yes, Dirk's the one that went to Vegas.
Yeah. Keegan throws him under the bus and acts like, oh, sometimes I get drunk or high and he can get into my stuff when I'm passed out. So he's thrown two different people under the bus, Dirk and the father. So.
And here's another thing. Okay, Rick, I have a question for you. Is it a fact that when they first hit their house was because they traced the IP address to 67 Canal Street, where this communication had initiated with several underage girls, including Libby's communication with Anthony Schott? Isn't that why they went to that house?
That's why they. Yeah, that's why they did it. Yeah, that's why they raided them.
So then, how can they not be involved, Rick? Including Tony.
What do you mean, how can they?
How can they
not be involved in a murder because he talked to a girl one time on
well, you don't
Snapchat?
know that it was one.
It wasn't one time, Rick. It was not one time. That's disingenuous. It's not true. It was one time on the morning of the murders.
One time?
That's the only time they proved.
Could have been several.
It could have been, but the only time they proved was one time.
Well, in
the FBI.
In police work, that's a lead. And you got to follow that lead. And
they did follow that lead. And the FBI said that they had nothing to do with it.
Put the receipts on your community page. The FBI said they had nothing to do with it. Put the receipts on your community page. We give receipts.
With it, that it didn't go anywhere.
Well, then why did they have
That's why they were kicked off the case.
Why did they have a river search?
Bullshit. That's not why they were kicked off the case. They were kicked off the case because of Brad Rossi's brother destroying the marathon footage. Okay? Brad Rossi's brother destroys the marathon footage. FBI calls him out on it. Doug Carter gets butthurt, kicks the FBI off. The marathon footage, okay, which would have captured Keegan and maybe Tony Klein.
Why was the whole Delphi Murders Unified Command present at Keegan's sentencing hearing?
Well, I don't know that the whole Unified Command was there.
Bullshit, Rick. They were all there, and Doug Carter was there too, and some feds. We had people there. So don't minimize that. The entire Delphi investigative team was over there at Keegan's sentencing. Why?
but
I
but
was
as
there,
far as
Rick.
the as far as
Holman
the
was there, Vito was there, Cecil was there, Liggett was there. All of them were there.
well, as far as the river search, that was because he had told somebody that his dad killed the girls and they threw the knife in the.
He didn't tell somebody. He told Unified Command and Nicholas McClellan at Grissom that they killed the girls. And he rode around with them and went and pointed out in the Wabash River a spot he wanted them to search. You don't even have your facts straight, man.
Phone in the river. That's why they searched it.
And accordingly, he led them to the wrong bridge. That's another
Boom.
thing that he was
Which
bragging.
he also told Holly Lowry. Okay. He led them to the wrong spot in the river. We all know that now. That $1 million and those weeks were wasted looking off the wrong bridge because Keegan Klein tried gaming the system, something he often bragged about. He was gaming the system. He wanted to get the immunity. He wanted to get the witness protection. He wanted them to find nothing. So he pointed out the wrong spot in the river.
About, oh,
Okay.
they're gonna find nothing there. They're not. And I
Yeah,
recently
and see-
heard
and
you say that you were on a show with Freckle Joy, and you made some reference to that. I mean,
Right.
and you know, there's a guy that I was talking to in there, and he knows Kagan and Tony personally. And when the river search was going on, you know, we'd watch at 4,
Tim
5,
Inyard
6 o'clock, whatever
is
the
his
time
name.
is, the 6 o'clock news, and watch the updates on the river search. And this guy told me, you know, that makes sense, you know, that they might be at the wrong river, at the wrong bridge, because he experienced something really strange once where he was magnet fishing on the Wayne Street Bridge, which is like 3 blocks from Kagan's house, former house. Okay. And the other bridge, the Blue Bridge, is about 3 miles away. But anyway, and it makes sense because if you're coming from, like the way he described it, they drove back from Delphi and they threw some stuff in the river where it would have been the Wayne Street Bridge that they would have been closer to, because the other bridge takes you towards Kokomo, goes south. It's south of town, right? But anyway, so this guy was telling me that he was magnet fishing and he looked up and he saw Tony Klein like do an abrupt U-turn and drive all the way to the gravel parking and rush down to the bank and demand to see what he was collecting. And he was, you know, he was verbally aggressive. He looked like worried about what was in this basket, and he made him dump it all out, went through it, and then left.
So this is what some guy said, you know.
Mhm.
This is what some guys see, the minimizing. So instead of inquisitive and, oh, really, this guy said this, what happened with that situation? No, this is what some guy said. It doesn't matter. I love Tony.
Yeah,
I mean, some guy said,
no, this is not some guy. This is Tony's friend, Tony's acquaintance from life, from you know, growing up in Peru.
okay. I mean,
Yeah.
people can say whatever they want. You know, it doesn't make it true.
Same with you, Rick. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You're a known liar. You could say whatever the fuck you want. You could defend whoever the fuck you want. It doesn't make it true.
As far as
Tony Klein can say whatever he wants. It doesn't make it true. I mean, they hit his house right after the murders.
Let me
they hit the Maxwells before they hit the Kleins. So the Maxwells are involved too. We should probably go arrest them. But okay, so let me understand this. Kagan was working with the cops, right? He was telling them, you know, they offer him immunity. He says, "Okay, cool. I'm going to tell you where we threw the knife and the phone."
Mhm.
And then he takes them to the wrong bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could never actually find the evidence because then he's getting the win without giving up evidence against himself and his father. You get it? So he's gaming the system, something he described to several of our whistleblowers that he loves to do.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. I don't know why he would do that, but that's
Seems strange to me.
It is pretty strange, you know. But this is not just one account from one guy. Um, I saw
Dozens.
Kagan mocking law enforcement, saying they're never gonna find that shit. They're never gonna find there nothing there. Um, During the search, I mean, they'd come and deliver Kagan every day. They would take him every morning around 8 a.m. and bring him back by 4 o'clock for a month. And of course, 6 o'clock news, everybody was there watching, and Kagan would make comments like that. Then what I heard about this guy who actually, knew them, it all added up. And I also mentioned that, I was an early bird. I'd get up early, watch the news, drink coffee, and draw, and sit there while they went to go get Kagan. They would come in, the officers would come in and get Kagan. And sometimes the officers would sit right next to me and talk to me or watch me draw. And I had conversations with them. And you recently on the show with Freckle Joy said that doesn't happen, or something to that effect. Um,
Well,
you've never been to jail, man. Like, you don't know what, you've been there in the drunk tank or whatever it is, a couple nights, but you've never been in a block. You've never been sentenced to 6 months or this or that. So
well, I didn't say that doesn't happen. What I said was,
for you to dismiss that completely and say that it didn't happen, that that I'm adding details to my story. First of all, I've never told you or anybody my story up until most recently. I said it on Profs, because even when I came forward back in 22, I never talked about what I had shared with law enforcement. I always talked about my interactions with Kagan Klein while in custody. So I was kind of like, man, why would, I mean, someone as smart and a critical thinker as Rick Snay, there's no room for you to say that, that I was making up stories.
no, I didn't say that never happens. What I said was, this has been the tightest-lipped investigation in the history of Indiana murders. And according to you, some guy was sitting there saying, one of the investigators said, "Hey, that guy that just left, his dad's probably the guy that did it." Why would they be saying that kind of stuff to other?
No one said that, Rick. You're twisting shit. What you're doing is a straw man argument. You're taking something that was not said, you're stating it as if it was fact, and it's illogical, and then you're trying to argue that point, which is not even a factual point.
Other inmates, why would they be telling you that his dad probably killed the girls?
No, I was not an investigator. That was
Well, but it was a cop. That's what I'm saying, though. It was a cop. Why would he be saying that?
No, jail guards are not cops. They're like security guards. They're jail officers or correctional officers. They're not cops. Don't believe Raucus. Don't believe Raucus, okay?
They're part of law enforcement, though.
It doesn't matter, Rick. A fucking jail guard, a prison guard, they're going to be way more they're not involved in the investigation. This is some fucking informal prison guard chatting with the inmates. You're trying to make it seem like it's David Vito telling Noe what's going on while he's in custody.
They fall under the sheriff's department, sure, but they're not cops, you know. Now they would come in there, the guard would come in, call on Kagan, while Kagan get his shit ready. They sit down and watch TV with you. Like, you know, if you're sitting there, they come and might sit next to you. They might come talk to you. You know, my point is that you haven't been in that setting. And I have. And I never said it was an investigator. You know, what I can tell you is that Officer Strong, who is retired now, and I drew a portrait of him for his retirement. Officer Strong was not the only one whispering and saying, you know, there's more to this. It couldn't have been just Kagan. You know, his dad's involved. And, you know, it was the whole fucking jail was talking about it. And Kagan was having issues there. I mean, it was he was making money because he, like you said, he requested money just to talk to people. I know, like Frank Meister sent him money, Murder Sheet sent him money. Sonny Justice, they put money on it. They were putting money on his Chirp and phone account because they wanted to talk to him. So he talked to a lot of people. He talked to a lot of people, and then me, I base my beliefs. I mean, I live here. I mean, I can be in Tony Klein's house in 10 minutes, and not only that, like I know dozens and upon dozens of people who actually interacted with Kagan. And let me tell you that there's someone coming up who's going to speak up from Peru, Indiana. Okay, who knows Tony Klein very well. And I can see it when she comes forward, okay, and grants the interview, you're going to jump on her ass, Rick. I see it happening. I mean, there's like absolutely nothing wrong that Tony could have done or could have been involved in or not. And
I've
that's
never
what I
said
call
that either.
obsession.
I've never said that either.
So
I mean, I've said.
So are you saying
Tony,
that maybe he did take part of this? There's a chance that he could have.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying maybe he did.
There's no
I'm saying that's not what I said.
Well, what are you saying? Be clear.
Not saying that I don't think he was involved is not saying there's no chance he was involved. Okay. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, you know, hey, anybody, I could have been involved. You could have been involved. Ted could have been involved.
That's
I don't know.
That's a bullshit argument. You see the extremes when they argue extremes rather than what's being argued. Yeah. Oh, President Trump could have been involved. You know, President Trump. Oh no. Todd Rokita could have been involved. Todd Rokita. Oh no. Oh yeah. No. Kevin could have been involved. No. Oh yeah. No. Reese Davis could have. No, he was in jail. Okay, someone else. That's a stupid argument.
No. There's no way you can say that because it's obvious. Okay, you gotta look at what's obvious. It's obvious that Ted and I and you weren't. But what is obvious is that
why? How's it obvious?
That 67 Canal Street IP address was connected within hours of the murders. That's obvious.
Because he talked to Libby. That's
there
it.
You go.
Because
you
he
said
talked
it.
to Libby.
Yes. And Kagan
that doesn't
Klein
make him
or
a killer.
Tony Klein.
Okay.
In my books, it's either Kagan or Tony. To me, I think it's Tony. They talked to Libby. We can settle that score right now. You just said it.
Okay, so Snowberger then was involved in the murders, right?
No, that's another disingenuous argument. So you see what he does when a point is being argued, he's going to all these extremes and things that are not being argued. So it's two things can be true.
The Snowberger kid, he was involved in the murders, right?
Closer than you and I and Ted in being involved.
But he was involved in the murders because he talked to him that morning.
No.
No, because no forensic evidence points to Snowberger. He's never confessed to anyone, much less to a dozen or more people, that he was involved in the murder. All right? He doesn't have a history of rapes and beatings and CSAM. You see how that it's not a good faith argument?
No,
It's obvious he
Now,
was
is there
involved in the murders, Joey. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that.
You were saying
Is there any
it's
indication
obvious
that Max was involved in CSAM? No.
Yeah, Max. I'm saying Max was involved in the murder, according to you, because you're saying it was obvious that Kagan was involved because.
Okay, in catfishing, is there any indication that he catfished people in the past and had CSAM and all this?
Is there any indication that a catfisher is a killer?
Kagan did.
Is there any indication that catfisher is a killer?
There's the indication that they catfished the girls out to the trails, Rick. Like Rick, you're spiraling. You're truly failing at a debate and a discussion. You come across as a maniac, okay? An unhinged maniac in defense of Keegan and Tony Klein.
Well, they obviously lured the girls there, or they were supposed to.
You obviously lured the girls there. How? How is it obvious? How is?
Because it's in the court record, Rick Snay.
Is it obvious?
Because
how? Where's the proof? Show me the proof that he did that.
I can't show you the proof.
I've shown you the fucking proof. It's on my community page, and I've shown it on lives before, and I'm going to show it tonight. So you can stop. You can cut the shit on that, Rick Snay.
Anthony Scott's profile.
I'm not in law enforcement, but it's a fact.
And you see, you show him the fucking proof, and he says, "But you can't believe Jerry Holman's a liar. You can't believe David Vito. He's a liar. They're liars." So nothing's good enough. You show the proof. It's not good enough. You don't show the proof, and then they say you don't have the proof. You see where I'm getting at here? We've shown the proof. The proof exists. It's out there. Anyone who claims to know the case should know this proof. But no, you're going to pretend it doesn't exist and bury your head in the sand. And when you see the proof, you're going to say, no, well, Jerry Holman's a liar. So it can't be true.
That it did happen.
But you are the one that's saying it. You're the one making the case. Okay, you're the one making the statement that the Anthony Shots profile was used to lure them there. So if that's what happened, if the Anthony Shots profile was used to lure them there, where is the evidence? That's what I'm asking.
Why are they looking at
the evidence? Is in the deposition and the testimony.
That IP address.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude, come on. You're going around in circles. You are going around in circles.
Now, you notice the emotion is starting to, is starting to rise here.
So they found that he talked to Libby. So what? So did Max Snowberger. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but it's not equivalent. That's a false equivalency, Rick Snay. This is false equivalency.
Not making any damn sense, dude.
They didn't find CSAM in Max's devices.
So because he had some stuff on his computer, he killed the girl.
You see that argument? So because he had some stuff on his computer, he killed the girls. No.
Girls might have been involved.
We don't even know this was a sex crime. As a matter of fact, I don't think it was a sex crime. Okay.
It was a fucking sex crime. You got two naked girls, bro. Two naked girls. Two naked little girls. It's a sex crime. I mean, that in and of itself is sexual.
Hey, if I'm a cop, I might have, why would they be naked, man?
They weren't. Libby was.
They were both naked at some point.
I'm saying they weren't found naked.
You see the minimizing? No, they both were naked at some point. They both were naked. And yes, one was found naked, but at some point they were both nude. It's crazy, man. This shit is absolutely crazy. And guaranteed, I am going to receive a fucking lot of abuse over this. Okay, the harassment, the slander, the fucking beating up, the trolling, all the bitching. Like, I guarantee you, I will be abused over revealing this. Okay, over criticizing this discussion. I will be targeted. Just watch for it. It'll be coming.
They took Libby's clothes and put them on Abby.
They were both naked.
Not when they were found. Not when they were found, is what I'm saying.
Of course not. But at some point, they
yeah,
were
of
both
course,
nude.
they put Libby's clothes on Abby. Libby was. You know why Libby was found naked? Because it was to humiliate her.
That is an assumption you're making. That is not a fact. The fact that Libby's found nude, we don't know why. It could have been they didn't have time to redress her. It could have been that they only dressed Abby because they had to transport her in a vehicle a short distance and they didn't want to have a naked girl in a car. You don't know why they were, one was nude and one was dressed. You're assuming that because Libby is nude, that she was left nude to degrade her. This is a big assumption, Rick Snay.
Because they knew she had body issues. Because she was a heavy girl.
Oh my fucking God. I cannot believe this motherfucker.
This is bullshit, Alado.
So now we're fat shaming her, Rick. Now you're going to do what Keegan did. You're fat shaming Libby. You're literally trying to make us believe that the killers intentionally left Libby nude because they wanted to fat shame her. Dude, you're fucking unhinged. You need to put the cocaine down, man. You need to put the cocaine down permanently. Like literally. Go get clean, put the coke down, and get the fuck off YouTube, Rick. Seriously.
Crime. Okay.
If I'm a cop, I might have, why would they be naked, man?
They weren't. Libby was.
They were both naked at some point.
I'm saying they weren't found naked. They took Libby's clothes and put them on Abby.
They were both naked.
Not when they were found. Not when they were found, is what I'm saying.
Of course not. But at some point, they were both nude.
They put Libby's clothes on Abby. Libby was. You know why Libby was found naked? Because it was to humiliate her. Because they knew she had body issues. Because she was a heavy girl.
Rick, I don't know where you're getting that from. I mean, if you know someone who was involved with these murders who told you that detail that only the murderer would know, then show us the
man,
proof.
I do.
Show us the proof,
man.
Because,
Yeah.
to me, come on.
So he's calling a Mexican a defender of white supremacists and a guy with 2 mixed race kids, a defender of white supremacists. Right. But we're defending pedophiles.
To me, Rick, there's no proof of, to me, the obvious is what makes sense to me. If one of the girls is wearing the other girl's clothes, that means that she was naked at some point. And the other one's naked. Yeah, and the other one's naked. And then you're dealing with the property of some weird ass dude who likes younger kids and throw parties and get them high.
Yeah, and he used to make little preteens suck his dick, right? Ron Logan, that's verified. And law enforcement refused to investigate that. The things Ron Logan did to little girls was not investigated when it was handed on a silver platter to law enforcement. You do know that, right? Yeah, they didn't investigate Ron Logan victimizing young girls.
Then you're dealing with Kagan Klein, who has.
How do we know we're dealing with Kagan Klein, though? You're putting Kagan in there. And you were putting Kagan.
Kagan put himself in there, Rick Snay. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Kagan himself confessed to the crimes multiple times to almost a dozen people, put himself and his father in these murders. And that's the fact, Rick.
A sex crime.
You're putting Kagan there. There's no proof he was there.
No, he put himself there. I didn't.
No, he
Yes,
didn't.
yes, he did.
No,
Yes, he did, Rick.
Didn't. To Reese Davis?
The fucking murder sheet, fucking Rick Snay. Like, you don't believe Reese, you don't believe his other roommate, you don't believe Noe, you don't believe Holly, you don't believe anyone out here that he's told he was involved in this and his father was, right? Why don't you believe Murder Sheet? Why don't you believe his own words on the Murder Sheet podcast?
He told me
Reese Davis?
himself. He told me.
He told you. Okay. Well,
yeah, he told me.
People lie, dude. People lie.
Well,
okay, so now it went from he's never told anyone he was involved in the murders. Now it went to, yeah, well, he did, but he lied.
Tony Klein lies too.
Of course he does.
Okay.
Everybody lies.
So maybe he lied to you, Rick.
Maybe he did. Maybe Kagan lied to you. I've never said that he didn't lie. But I'm not saying that I'm certain he was involved or wasn't involved.
But what you're saying that you're certain that he was not.
No, I didn't.
No, and then why are you mischaracterizing our opinion? We're not saying we're certain, although I'm highly confident. No one should be certain except those who were there who know what happened. No one should be certain. But to attack us relentlessly for years because we expressed this opinion and then mischaracterize our statements to say that we're certain.
I did not say that.
Yeah,
you're putting words in my mouth, man, is what you're doing.
We're going around
you're
in
putting
circles,
words in my mouth.
No, I'm
not. What did I say earlier?
Rick, everybody knows that you defend Tony Klein.
All right, I'm done with this fucking bullshit, man. No, fuck off, dude. Just fuck off.
No.
Fuck all the way
You're not gonna end it like that. You're not gonna end it like that, dude. You're gonna jump off like a coward? Nah. You see, Ted, that's the issue with Rick Snay. And this is why I quit talking to Rick.
Now you see, that's how it ends. That's how it ends. That's how this discussion ends. Because what does Rick Snay do? Curses him out, hangs up the phone.
In regards to this. Now, if Rick and I talk about something else, we're fine, but he does this. He knows very well that he's the number one Tony Klein defender, public defender, and he wants to come here and act like, oh no, I didn't say that, or I didn't do this, or and then he leaves the interview. Well, I don't know what you want to do, Ted.
Well, I wanted to ask earlier. I didn't want to interrupt you guys because you were going, and I didn't want to interrupt and have you guys lose your train of thought. But here's what crossed my mind. So I read Rick's book, and it sounds like you guys became friendly and had a respect for each other during. This would have been November 2024. Isn't that when the verdict happened, the end of the trial, and the verdict came back? From the account in his book, it sounds like you guys spent a lot of time together during those days waiting for jury deliberations to end. Did you ever tell anyone your during this time, November 2024, did you ever bring this up? What your interactions with Keegan in Miami County?
No, I did not. Most of the time there during trial, I spent time with Rick, and we had a clean talk, and I said, look, man, in regards to Kagan Klein and Holly Lowry, do you know who Holly Lowry is?
I read about her in Rick's book, and I'm
Okay,
not.
she goes by Wife Lilith
Yeah,
on YouTube.
yeah.
And okay. And Holly and I had become friends after I got out in 2022. But anyway, let me go back to your question. Yeah, I had made kind of like a deal with Rick that I wouldn't touch anything that had to do with Holly Lowry or Kegan Kline.
And you know what's funny here? I made a deal too. You guys might remember a year ago or so. I made a deal with Rick. Hey, Rick, forget that you fucking trolled me, harassed me, and defamed me for fucking 2 years. I'm okay with that. We'll put water under bridge. This is important with Rick Allen. Let's move forward. Forget about the shit. Water under the bridge. We'll go forward. And you know what happened? That was all fine and dandy until the day I published the Reese Davis interviews in February. The moment I stood behind Reese Davis and published those interviews in February, do you know what happened? Rick Snay lost his fucking mind with me and started accusing me of raping my own children. That's right. That's right. And I'm not going to defend against that. That's absolutely ridiculous. But you should all see. You should all see what happened. The moment I platformed Reese Davis, he lost his fucking mind. Why? Because Reese Davis was whistleblowing on Keegan Kline and Ron Logan, right? True story. And now he's thoroughly in the camp of the fucking controlled opposition. And you know why? Because he's irrelevant. He's a proven liar. He cut ties with us. And when we want to have this open debate and dialogue about all of the potentialities with Delphi and also follow the defense's sphere of what they're looking at and what seems credible, these people are exclusionary. And look, they sabotage Rick's channel. Okay, the reason Rick don't have a channel right now is because they planted pornography on his channel, got his channel taken down, and now he's starting over with a nothing channel, and they're all fucking laughing in his face and continuing to use him as a fucking useful idiot because they know he will vigorously defend Tony Kline, which means now all the controlled opposition have to turn away from Reese Davis and the Klines because to battle us, they need to pick their battles. And they'd rather sacrifice Keegan Kline and Reese Davis as quivers in their bow and they're going to go and utilize Rick Snay as an attack dog like they do the other people on the Gilter side and try to narrative control this community. We're going to get into that momentarily. I'm going to let this play a little more. When you guys understand what has actually happened, you will be flabbergasted. Flabbergasted.
Or Tony Kline, because I knew that we had different opinions on that. And for 2 years, Rick and I have had an okay relationship. Up until recently, he said a couple of things which I addressed on this interview. He said a couple of things that I disagreed with him, and now this. But yeah, I had tried my best to keep away from the Keegan Kline topic with Rick, because I knew that eventually this would happen. And to me, that's obsessive, man. I mean, you're here conducting an interview, and you're gonna, just because I'm gonna keep pressing on you that it is obvious to me and to everybody else, to the whole YouTube community that you are Tony Klein's #1 public defender.
Yeah.
Nobody defends Tony Klein the way he does. And I want to know, I think it's odd. And I knew that it was going to get to him. And Ted, it is obvious that it did because he left the interview.
Well, I don't think, and I've seen other people's little snide comments that they left and that they accuse him of defending pedophiles and all this sort of stuff. That's not the Rick that I know. And I understand Rick's argument.
Get with it, man.
He's not.
Get with it. That's what he does.
And I've read his theory, and I agree. There could very well be some, and unfortunately, we don't have cold hard evidence of it. But the drug motive, the drug thing, the local crime gangs, that could very well be. And I know that's his position.
Kegan Kline was a known drug dealer.
Yeah, that's the thing, Ted. It's not mutually exclusive. Okay, these worlds intersect. So the fact that you got some chomos that lured them out there and did things to them don't mean that you didn't have some dope dealers or some gangsters who most of you call the Odinists, the white supremacists. Just because you had chomos don't mean you didn't also have some fucking criminals who were also gangsters who came together for this end. And look, this is the most complicated double murder. It's existed in history. No one fucking knows what happens here. It's an absolute shitstorm chaos. Like I said in the title, it's a complete disaster. So it's very possible and actually probable that both of these worlds collided. That an aspect of this crime was the chomos and an aspect of this crime were the fucking drug gangs. So they're not mutually exclusive.
He sold weed, he sold meth, he sold whatever he could get his hands off. Phones, guns.
Right. And here's another thought that ran across my mind when I was listening to your the segment that you did with Prof maybe 2 weeks ago, where you first laid out this story. If you listen to the Reese Davis story, you kind of get the impression that, Kegan Kline's he's the smooth operator behind this operation, and that Ron Logan was just the sponsor of the venue. And
I wouldn't say smooth operator. I would say manipulator. He's manipulating the events. Okay.
He's kind of dumb, and Kegan Kline had to tell him, go out there and join the search party so it doesn't look suspicious. And it must have been Kline with Anthony Schatz that got the girls out there that day. And so the thought crossed my mind: how do we know if Kegan Kline is truly guilty and involved in the Delphi murders? How do we know that he's this independent, smooth operator? You said in the interview with Prof that he bragged about, I can get whatever you want, any kind of drug, any kind of electronics. How do we know that he isn't tied into these same sort of shadowy groups that are up in that area?
Good question, Ted. Good question. Excellent question. We don't. And it's pretty likely that he is. It's very likely that if he's selling dope, he's selling drugs, he's selling CSIM, he's selling guns, he's selling burner phones, he's selling what he can sell. It's probably very likely that he's connected to some pivotal figures where his sources for that stuff. So great question.
That could be something that everyone's kind of missing here. And I hate to act like everyone and their mother, 3-4 dozen people are out there that day involved in this thing.
You know what, Ted? That's actually a good assumption. We've always assumed between 7 to 11 or so. 7 to 11. You got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, you've got roughly a dozen people or less. So it's very likely you get a handful of chomos, a handful of fucking dope dealers, Ron Logan? Maybe Brad Weber?
I don't think that's the case, but I also don't think that if he's involved in these rings with the CSAM stuff and selling it to people and the drug thing, these people, as much as I don't have evidence here to back up my claim, you can't tell me these people don't know each other. Especially with the CSAM stuff, there's probably a level of trust when they exchange this material, and they all kind of know each other, and however they're doing it. So you can't tell me that these guys aren't aware of each other and that he's just some independent guy with blinders on who doesn't know other people. He's very well could be connected to. He could be a soldier for one of these groups. He could be a contractor. Something along those lines. That thought crossed my mind. And of course, this whole thing, this whole story is just incredibly crazy. I cannot believe that this happened in, small town flyover.
A little town like that.
Yeah.
And I mean, what you're saying, is what any average person would be able to see clearly. There's a little bit ingredients of drug dealing and small town, all this connections and stuff, and the most obvious thing here is that there's a big chance that there's connections, right? And especially like for someone like me or Reese, when you're like you've actually lived through it, you sat across from this guy who gave you this information, and I mean, I'm not stupid, right? I can weed out the good stuff that is credible and versus the bullshit. And then you're in this the community where like everybody knows everybody along the way. The weed dealer knows the coke dealer, and the coke dealer knows the meth dealer, and the meth dealer knows the girls that party, and they know the older guys that want younger girls and buy drugs to get them high, and do it's all a web. And that's kind of obvious. If you're someone who's grew up in the streets and been around, you can see that it is obvious it happens. And to dismiss it just because Tony Klein said crying, no, it wasn't me. I mean, when you got dozens of other people that are saying the opposite of you, they've described Tony Klein. I mean, I got this lady who's coming forward, man, straight out of Peru. And I mean, I've had lengthy conversations with her, and I have absolutely no reason to think that she's lying and making these stories. And she's telling these stories about when they were in high school and how Tony Klein changed when he started to hang out with these biker people.
And using the meth.
Let her tell the story, but what? I've been here for 28 years in this area in Indiana, and I see it all the time.
What do you think actually happened that day? Can you give me a 5 or 10 minute version of what?
Sure. I believe that when they arrested Richard Allen, I was like, there it is. There's the missing part, that Kagan was the mystery part. But then as the show went on, I was like, wait a second, no, that can't be. That can't be him.
Now let me stop. Didn't Reese Davis also insert Richard Allen as the third unknown person?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The story that was, and obviously Reese Davis had a lot more time. He spent a lot more time with them, and both of them. I only spent about a little under 2 months with housed in the same block with Kagan, but what my conclusion there when I was released, I was released September 29th of 2022. And my conclusion was that um, they they had lured the kids out there and took them hostages. And I agree with Rick. I think that Logan was involved, and to be possible, I mean, just look at the basics. I mean, you got Weber, Logan. Please excuse the noise if you can hear it in the background. I live downtown, so I got to put up with a train every hour or so. Give me a second. So you got Logan, you got Mears, you got all these people that have I mean, they're known to be partiers and have these parties
Weirdos.
in their barns, etc. And the crime happens right there. That's kind of obvious, isn't it? So yeah, I agree with Rick that I believe that Ron Logan was involved, and I believe that he maintained a common nuisance that resulted in those murders. His very first interviews, you can almost hear it in his voice where he's like, he knows something happened. He knows that they were trying to frame him. He knows that how could this happen to these girls who came on a little walk? I mean, it was so obvious to me that this guy knows a little more. Um, and my I believe that they were intercepted at the bridge and taken, and they were transported to just that vicinity right there within Logan, Weber, Logan, and Mears vicinity. The Mears have a party barn in the back. They have a butcher shop. They have sheds. Same thing with Logan. He had some stables and some sheds and um now Weber, the Weber property, I mean, they get kidnapped on the Weber property, okay? And they get taken to one of these places. I mean, where would they be taken? To either Weber, Logan, or Mears. That's
One of those places, and it's a good theory, Noe. Good theory. Yeah, they're taken, and they're taken somewhere and hidden away.
that's the three closest proximities, okay? And yeah, I believe that they're taken, and I believe that some of these elder cats, uh, what I know being uh, Tony Klein, Logan, and possibly the other POIs. People that have been mentioned in the past.
Elvis Fields, Brad Holder,
Garrett,
Garrett.
Holder. I don't know. It's just a big circle of these freaks, and they take these girls to perform a perverted fantasy, which is what was described to me. They were taken so that the girls would perform a perverted fantasy, and then something goes wrong and everything happens overnight where they get murdered
Dead.
and they get transported back into the creek and dumped into the creek. And in the morning, they drug them out and staged them and clothed them. And there's a lady involved who helped clothe the girls.
And boom, they're found magically. All of a sudden, boom, bodies appear right there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Noe.
That's what I think happened.
Oh, there's a lady involved. Okay, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. According now, this did not come from Kagan, but they found the girls early and they didn't know what to do. So they were like, well, we got to get them out of the water. And they only got to clothe one of them.
So you're of the opinion that they were in the water early in the morning and then pulled out.
They were dumped into the water. Yeah, they were dumped into the water, And in the morning,
and they didn't float away. So, what are we going to do now? Can't have these bodies dumped in the creek, hung up on Ron Logan's trees. Now it's going to look like he did it.
they're found in the morning at the edge of the water. I mean, you even have an Indiana State Police officer confirming that they were found in the water.
Well, and remember, you have John Weaver on the scanner audio reporting to an officer, oh, they're found in the water.
In the water. And then by talking to several other individuals, I always knew that one of the uncle of Libby German had called his mom in the AM hours of the 14th and told his mother, this is Cody Patty, the uncle. He called his mother and told his mother that they were dead. They had been in a cabin, but they were found in the water, dead, in the AM.
One in and one half out.
That's interesting. I never heard that story.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's there's a lot of stuff that they.
So if that's true, if they were really in the water and then whoever drags them out and puts them up on the bank a little bit on the corner of Ron Logan's property, so they assembled that whole crime scene with all the non-secular items and
that's called the staging. That's the staging.
Branches and the sticks and the body positioning that morning. Someone did that.
Look, think about this too. Okay, they call off the search. Then at night they didn't let nobody. Only certain people were around with flashlights. And if anybody wanted to go there, they were told, "Go back, go home. We're already searched here. You go back. Come back tomorrow morning."
They established a cordon. Right, they cordoned, established a perimeter, cordoned off the area. They had lookouts at certain parts of the cordon, and while that was happening, they're all moving the body, staging the scene, running everyone else independent who's not involved in the cover-up away. Once the bodies are fully staged, ready to be found, they release the cordon or the perimeter, and boom, find the bodies immediately.
Well, they reconvened the next morning with a helicopter, dozens and dozens of units and law enforcement vehicles and trailers and all kinds of stuff. If they were only missing on the 14th in the AM, why did you bring all this equipment that early? They knew they were dead and they had been found. I mean, you got Indiana State Police trooper Kim Riley announcing on national TV that the girls were found in the water. Okay?
Yeah,
of the creek.
On the edge of the water, something like that. I forget his
half
phrasing.
on the water. It's on the water, period. No, I mean, those
Deer
details
Creek is
don't
what
matter.
he said. In Deer Creek.
They were in the water, whether it was half on the bank and half on the water. They were not where they were. That I've always called it the staging scene. They call it the scene of the crime. No. And of course, yeah, I say there's a puddle of blood. Well, that blood could have, be in the body, and when they stage them there, I mean, maybe some blood came out when they drug them or something. But if they were murdered there would be a lot of blood, man.
That's when you give the secondary wound.
I'm talking about two people drained. So there wasn't enough blood there to call that the scene of the crime. But anyway, when you're hearing several sources say that they were in the water, and then they end up on the on the ground with sticks, and that timeline is kind of messed up, man. It's kind of messed up in my opinion, like the way They waited till 12:15, or the official time that they found him is at 12:15. Yet you had people there all night long. Only certain individuals were allowed all night long. One of them was Mike
All Mike Patty's friends.
Patty, and a canoe, in a canoe, accordingly, allegedly. They said it themselves. But yeah, why are you gonna have all this equipment at 9 a.m.? A helicopter and drones and all this. If they were just, missing, don't you think that all this equipment would have arrived after 12:15? Like the coroner's vans and all this. But that's just my thought.
What else? What else? What other details did Keegan reveal to you that you might not have come out with? What one thing in particular? Didn't you? Wasn't part of the story that you told with Prof that there was some other guy that got into it with Keegan Kline and he got really rattled and that Keegan made a death threat against him, like, I can have you taken care of or something. Doesn't that imply that he's got muscle? He's connected to muscle. That's what I.
Yeah, it was something very sinister where it really frightened this guy. He doesn't live too far from here. He just won't talk. But yeah, he was extremely disturbed by that because Kagan just his whole demeanor about it scared him away. And what he described to me, which I could see from the distance, was Kagan giving him a look, like an evil look, and two horns popped up of his, popped out of his forehead, like I can't explain it, man. It's just this, like right at the top of his forehead, like the shape of two horns, popped out of his forehead. It was like, it was really sinister. And so this guy runs to my room and he's like, "Man, can you give me a shot of coffee?" And I said, "Yeah, sit down, bro." and he said, "Man, that freaking Kagan is evil." And he just vented there with me, and I said, "Yeah, I saw it. What's going on?" And he was like, Kagan told him that he knew how to murder him and they would never know who did it. Yeah. And
So you're doubling down on seeing the shape-shifting horns. You saw that yourself.
yeah. He had, and you can kind of see him. Like if you go back and look at the murder sheet interview where you can see Kagan really clear, look at the top of his forehead and he's got like this little like dimples, like kind of like fatty dimples right there, man. When he makes a certain face, you can see horns. They're not like huge. Maybe they're like, they stick out like the point of your pinky finger, like if maybe, a quarter inch or so, but you can clearly see the shape. And this guy, Gerald, he was frightened, man. And I witnessed that, and I didn't care because I don't believe in none of that shit, man. I don't believe. I'm a Christian. I go to church and I have a pastor, and I don't believe in that shit. Okay, that's not for me. But I saw it and I said, "Man, come in here and drink some coffee." And he was like, "Well, the thing that scared him was that he told him that I will make you disappear. I will make you disappear and nobody will ever find out who did it." And it was right in the middle of the river search, the Delphi murder investigation, and you got Kagan as a POI. So yeah, it was really, crazy to witness that. of course, then you'll have Ricks and they say, "Oh, Noe, Reese, or whatever." They're always adding to their story. Or no, I mean, I haven't even shared this with, excuse me, but with anybody other than law enforcement. In the past, I talked about other things like um, how we interacted in there and so forth, but I never talked about the information that I had shared directly with law enforcement.
Did I see that? Are you getting sued by the Bridge family? Or is that somewhere else? Well, what's that all about?
Okay, that is about me. I looked up the case and I went to draw a sketch, like a court sketch. And at the end of the hearing, I went outside the courtroom and I approached Mr. Bridge and I asked him if he could speak about his case. I asked him if I think I asked him, when is your next hearing scheduled for? And he wouldn't respond. So I recorded that and he just walked away. And so as I turned, his attorney happened to walk out of the courtroom, and I asked him the same question, when is the next hearing scheduled? I mean, that was kind of like the question that was going to lead to other questions, but that didn't happen, right? And well, to make the story short, I guess a week later or so, I received notice that Adam Bridge filed a petition against me for an order of protection. So that's I haven't seen the discovery. What I saw the petition, and he claims that I harassed him at the court after his hearing, and that I made an illustration and used, of course. I mean, I'm a dance-free artist. I mean, I've been a cartoonist in the past. What do you do when you're an editorial cartoonist or a opinion cartoonist, etc.? You use satire, humor, exaggeration, that type of thing to get a point across. In which that kind of stuff is also protected, free press. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that, but his motive is harassment, and that's his motive in taking me to court. The hearing is scheduled for August 28th at 8:30 at Carroll County Circuit Court. Or
Okay, so there's more to that, but I would encourage everyone to go over to America Betrayed Ted, and you can listen to the rest of that for yourself. But I wanted to share the majority of it, or the central portion, so that you can see what I was getting at. Now, equally interesting. Okay, this is going to be really interesting. What I didn't show you is that during this whole thing, now this is incredibly interesting. Um, during this entire video, the plants came into the live chat. Okay, the plants came into the live chat in mass. Essentially, all of them. Essentially, all of the plants came in. Okay. So I wanted to show you some of the live chat and show you how vicious, how distracting, and how bullshit these people are. Okay, so you can see the chaos agents at work. So if you look closely here, Just take note of the names because it starts as usual. They always do the same tactic, right? Or technique. They come in usually subtly. So typically when you see a plant enter the chat, the plant comes in nice, civil, quietly, subtly. And then as the minutes tick by, the plant ramps up the bullshit. Okay, they ramp up the bullshit and they start performing their job, which is discrediting, distracting, and displaying idiocy. All right, so notice the plants here coming on in. They're filing in, right, nicely. Okay. And notice they continue to file in. You see, the troll patrol is in there trying to fight back against them because the troll patrol already knows that they're coming in with the bullshit and they're starting to poke. Okay. Now I want you to look in there. Other than Noe, you don't see hardly anyone that's a real person. All of these are fucking plants, one after the other. Okay. The majority, I would say 85, 90% plants in this chat. There's another page. I captured the entire live chat for you guys. Notice that at the top, the Troll Patrol says, Keegan himself told me that Tony Klein was friends with Ron Logan. And we got one of the biggest plants of all says there's no proof at all that Logan knew Tony except for his lying ass son. Okay. It's all plants in here. All fucking plants. This is planted out of the ass. These are your bad actors. YouTube's bad actors right here. Snay, Streets of Bakersfield, Jamie, Dieter, right? Keith. Delphi dummies. See? They all filed in to distract in the chat and to try to control the narrative. Shaboogies, Gale, right? one after the other. Basically, this is a roll call for the plants here. Burnt Reynolds, Phoenix. Okay. Plant, 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 plant. They're all there for you. And just notice, go and look at this and see what's being said. Go read it for yourself, okay? I'm not going to go through it. We have too much to get through, but this is your literal roll call of plants here. And they all came in. They all filed in. Now, this is a very small channel. You know what I mean? This is a very small channel. Very small channel, and yet you have damn near every controlled opposition in here. Okay? I got 30 entire pages of live chat. Like this is what I'm saying. It's insane. It's insane. 30 pages of live chat on an hour-long video. Damn near every controlled opposition on the case. And speaking of such, you had this too recently. Look at this douchebag, okay? Fig solves nothing. Listen to this, because I need you to put together in your mind the way the unified command works, okay? They have both sides of the narrative covered. Okay, so do we get it? They have both sides of the narrative covered. The bootlicking state's narrative, and they have the opposition or opposing narrative, which we call the controlled opposition. Okay, so very interesting here that with this timing, just think of the odds. Think of all the fucking subject matter that could be covered in the Delphi case. You get it? What does Fig Solves do yesterday or day before? At the same time as all of this is hitting the fan, he comes out with the most bootlicking sort of how derailed type of narrative. Listen to this, then I'm going to comment. Who was Libby and Abby supposed to meet up with on the day of the murders?
Oh my God.
Bruh. Are you telling me we're talking about how it's not Anthony Schatz? Okay, y'all get ready for this. This is like next level gaslight. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this bullshit. This guy is the biggest piece of shit in the entire case. The day of the murders, Libby sent Brianne Wilbur a Snapchat message asking if she was still there at the High Bridge. The day of the murders. Monday, February 13th, 2017, to sound official, had been reserved on the school calendar as a snow makeup day because the district had not used a snow day that needed to be replaced. There was no school that day. Abby had spent Sunday night with Libby at the Patty home. Oh my God.
This is bullshit,
loud, though. Everybody's legally blind. Libby's father, Derek German, made the girls banana pancakes.
Bruh. This is bullshit, though. I'm legally blind.
After they ate, they worked on crafts, helped Becky with filing her home appraisal office, played with the family's new puppy, and used Libby's phone to see what some of the local kids and friends were doing.
Bruh.
I mean, this is your fairy tale narrative if you ever had one. Everything's peachy, right? Banana pancakes, filing, crafting, playing with the puppy. Everything is perfect life here. They eventually began to looking for somewhere to go on the mild February afternoon. I'm surprised. I'm actually astonished that he didn't say unseasonably warm
It was
day.
our job to help law enforcement.
The historic trails in Monon High Bridge were places where Libby and her family would often go. Libby and her sister, Kelsey, enjoyed photography and geocaching, an outdoor activity in which participants use GPS coordinates to locate hidden containers. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Everything is so fucking peachy. Libby had visited the trails with her older sister many times. In fact, they had been out there the day before.
Oh my God.
Are we telling the fucking truth?
Bruh.
Kelsey testified that's a place a lot of people would hang out.
Freedom of speech.
And here's where we get to the spin. The spin. 16-year-old Breanne Wilbur was one of Kelsey's close friends and one of Libby's Snapchat friends. Breanne photographed the bridge and posted the image to her friends-only Snapchat story at 12:43 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. Libby was among the most selected friends permitted to view Breanne's private Snapchat story. Shortly afterward, Libby asked Kelsey to take her and Abby to the bridge and asked Kelsey to stay and hang out with them. Kelsey declined because she had already made plans to go and hang out with her boyfriend before she had to go to work at the local Dairy Queen. But she agreed to drop them off as long as they could get a ride home. Around 1:15 to 1:25 p.m., Libby sent Breanne a Snapchat message asking if she was still there at the High Bridge. Breanne told her no. She lied. She lied.
This is bullshit, though.
She said they had left the High Bridge about 10 minutes before. Breanne lied. But fig lies. He says Breanne had left the bridge. walked along the trails to a bench and taken another picture. She and her friends then continued walking home, crossing Freedom Bridge at 1:44. Oh! So you're saying at 1:05 or 1:10 she lied? She lied. At approximately 1:40 to 1:42 p.m. Oh my God, what's up with the timestamp? Kelsey, Libby, and Abby left the Patty home. Libby and Abby arrived at the mirror's entrance at approximately 1:47 p.m. Okay, so think of the timeline here. 1:15 to 1:25, Brienne says, "We left." "1:42, they leave the Patty home, right? 1:47, they arrive, right? So based on the available evidence, I'm going to make a faulty leap in logic and jump to an irrational conclusion. It appears that the person Libby wanted to meet up with at the bridge that day was Brienne Wilbur. That does not mean Libby did not invite or communicate with anyone else, but this is the only evidence we currently have showing who she was hoping to meet that afternoon. Using Occam's razor, the explanation requiring the fewest assumptions, the evidence suggests that Libby wanted to meet Brienne at the bridge, or at the very least, seeing that Brienne and her friends had been there, helped prompt Libby to want to go to the bridge that day. That's bullshit, Fig Solves, you fucking piece of shit. She fucking knew when she asked to go to the bridge, and she knew when she left home, and she knew when she arrived that Brienne had left. Why are you deflecting, Big Solves? Are you trying to convince the world that they were not there to meet up with Anthony Schatz at this point in time when this is the very conversation in the public discourse? So is your agenda here to try to convince the public that they were not there to meet with the Anthony Schatz account? And then he attaches the following screenshots. Brienne Wilbur at the High Bridge, 12:43. What does this prove regarding your hypothesis, Fig Solves? What does this prove regarding your hypothesis, Fig Solves? Oh! And what does this prove regarding your hypothesis, Fig Solves? Other than the fact that Abby don't look very fucking happy, does she? Do either of these girls look very happy to you? But this is his evidence. This is his evidence to substantiate his claim. Remember, sad picture of Abby and Libby. Empty photo of the empty bridge. Timestamp of the photo of the empty bridge. Bullshit post deflecting from Anthony Schatz. Okay. Okay. Let's see something here. Direct examination of David Vito. Is it accurate to say that there was confirmation that there were communications between Anthony Schatz and Liberty German leading up to February 13th of 2017?
Bruh.
Yes, sir. Oh, so Rick Snay was wrong? Wait. There's confirmation of communications, plural, between Anthony Schatz and Liberty leading up to February 13th? Yes. Oh, I guess Rick Snay was wrong about only communicated one time the morning of. And even on that day? Yes, sir. So it's undisputed in your mind that there were communications between the two. Yes, sir. Do you believe that Keegan Kline was the communicator on the Anthony Schatz end? For the most part, says Vito. Do you believe that there may have been more than one communicator? It's possible. And would the other communicator have been his father? David Vito answers. Tony Kline, yes. Whom he lived with? Correct. Again, for Rick Snay, direct examination of Trooper David Vito. Do you believe Keegan Kline was the communicator on the Anthony Schatz end? For the most part. Do you believe there may have been more than one communicator? It's possible. And would the other communicator have been his father? Tony Kline, yes. Whom he lived with? Correct. So Tony Kline was also kind of consumed into this investigation along with his son Keegan. Is that correct? That's correct. And you're generally familiar with the circumstances associated with the investigation surrounding those two people? Yes, sir. During the course of your investigation, did you discover that Keegan Kline actually owned a firearm? Yes, I did. Did you recover a firearm from him? If it essentially to process that as evidence in this case? I do not believe we were able to locate a firearm.
Bruh.
Well, you saw some photos he had a firearm, right? That's correct. And was that firearm of interest to you? Yes, it was. Tell the judge why. It was a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber firearm.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
Freedom of speech.
You guys remember when I revealed to you that the initial ballistics investigation involved the fact that they were looking for either a Smith & Wesson or a Sig Sauer 40 caliber firearm, because based on the extraction marks on the round that they recovered, they determined that it was either a Smith & Wesson or Sig that produced the markings, which tells us that there must be something similar about the Smith & Wesson and Sig Sauer in the way that they extract rounds to produce marks similar enough of nature that they had reduced the possibility down to a Smith & Wesson or Sig 40 caliber. And are you telling me that just so happens that Keegan Kline owned a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber firearm? Yes. And they were unable to recover? Yes. Why do you think that is? I don't know. Did they throw that in the fucking Wabash River? Is it fair to say that when the crime scene was processed, there was recovered from the scene an unspent round near the bodies of the girls? That's correct. And if I recall, it was a 40 caliber round, right? Yes, sir. And so one of the reasons you were interested in this firearm of Keegan Kline is because it was the same caliber as the round that was found at the scene. That is correct. Is it accurate to say that you were able to confirm undeniably that Keegan Kline was the Anthony Schatz, basically? That he was the person operating the profile online? Yes, sir. And communicating with Liberty German in this respect? Yes, sir. And all of it on the day the girls came up missing? Don't know if he was the one communicating that day, but he did admit to creating and using the account. Yes. But those communications were coming from a device that he had possession of or that he had control of the account. Yes. And did you also learn from Mr. Kline that in the week or so after the girls came up missing, that he and his father went off to Las Vegas? They did go to Vegas. Yes. Bruh. And did you learn that his father had, at some point, offered him some money to stay out there? The Vegas trip was pre-planned, and I believe the money to stay out there was later. So was there an offer of some kind? Yes, after they came back. Okay, and I'm sorry, but at that time, you had some tips that you were working with that suggested Tony Kline may have been involved in some murders. Do you recall that?
Oh my God!
I do not recall that specifically. All right. Were you aware that he had a history of some violence? That is correct. And I do recall that some of that involved like domestic related violence. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And did you have a conversation with him about him assaulting his wife at one point? I'm not sure if I did during that interview or not. Do you recall having a conversation with Tony Kline about him assaulting one of his own kids who was about 4 or 5 years old at the time? I believe so. And that he had actually shoved a child's head in a toilet? Do you recall that?
Oh my God!
Yes, sir.
Bruh.
And do you recall having a conversation with Tony Kline about him putting a shotgun to Keegan's mother's head at one point? I don't remember, or I don't know if I spoke to Tony about that, but I do remember Keegan making statements about that. Did Mr. Klein admit that he was at the trail on February 13th to your team? Now, remember, Snay, this is David Vito. This is not the read technique. This is not a recording or a transcript or a lie during a read technique. This is direct examination of David Vito. This is the transcript from the court records. Did Mr. Klein admit that he was at the trails on February 13th to your team? He advised that he was in the area with his father at that time.
Bruh.
And so he lived in Peru, right? That's correct. And we're talking about Delphi. So he's saying he's in another place here in Delphi? Yes, sir.
Bruh.
Okay, when you say in the area, I mean, you're talking about here in Delphi? Yeah, he said that. And did he acknowledge specifically that he was actually at the cemetery that's located near the trail? That is correct. Where the girls' bodies were found, basically? Yes, sir. And if you had to estimate, correct me if I'm wrong, that cemetery is probably within 200, 300, or 400 yards from the crime scene. I'm not sure of the exact distance, but it's in the area, yes. Oh, are you telling me that Prof just read to us a receipt from the trial or from the court record of the direct examination of David Vito, in which he says that Keegan admitted that him and his father were at the trails that day at the cemetery on February 13th, and he admitted it to Unified Command? Yes. And that they had been communicating with Liberty up to and including on the 13th? Yes. And are you also admitting that the other communicator of the Anthony Shots account was Tony Klein? Yes. His father, whom he lived with? Correct. Okay, so to be clear, without me thinking, without me speculating, without me making it up in my head, the facts are, according to David Vito under oath in the court record, that Tony Klein was the other user of the Anthony Shots account. The Anthony Shots had been communicating with Liberty up until the 13th and including on the 13th. Tony Klein had a history of violence, and that Keegan admitted to Unified Command that on the 13th, they were there, him and his father, at Delphi, parked at the cemetery. That's called factual record. But sure, I guess it's nothing. Is it accurate to say that he said that his father at one point got out of the Jeep and walked into the woods? That is correct. And did he say that his father came back at some point later in time, within, I'm going to say, an hour or two? I'm just kind of estimating. Yes, sir. And did he tell you that that occurred during daylight hours? Yes, sir. And this was on the day when the girls came up missing? Correct. Did he tell your team that when his father came back, his father actually had blood on his pants? Yes, sir. And that his father got back in the car with him I'm not sure if he said it was on his pants, but he said that he had blood on him. Did he tell you that his father ultimately did not speak specifically about what he had done when he was in the wooded tract? That's correct. I believe he said that they had a good time. Wait, his father said that they, meaning he was with somebody else, they had a good time? Correct. Referring that he was with somebody else in the wooded tract? Correct. To be fair, this is what Keegan Kline told your investigative team. Correct. That is correct. Oh, hold up, Prof. Are you telling me that this whole story of Tony's there with Keegan in the cemetery, he gets out, he goes into the woods, meets with someone else for an hour or two, comes back bloody, says, we had a good time. Are you telling me all of this story is not bullshit made up on the internet, but it's literally what Keegan told to Unify Command that David Vito is testifying to in a pretrial hearing? But yet, Rick Snay is willfully ignorant of the facts of this. Furthermore, is it fair to say that you were never able to actually connect Mr. Allen or his wife with the Klein family? Objection, Judge. Objection. Objection. Overruled. Let me ask it again. Is it accurate to say that you were never able to connect Mr. Allen or his wife with the Klein family? We interviewed multiple people that in their mind said there was no doubt that they knew each other, but we were not able to find anything to prove that they were together at one point, that they were associated on a consistent basis or anything like that. Correct. And there was never any kind of digital communication recovered that suggested there was a connection between the Kleins and the Allens. No, not that we recovered.
Bruh.
Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. From the deposition of Jerry Holman. Did Keegan Kline ever admit that he actually participated in this crime? I mean, that he knowingly, willingly played some role in this crime? Yes. Tell me what that admission was. He admitted to setting up a meeting with his dad and a guy in Delphi initially.
Bruh.
Ron Logan. He changed his story and said it was him and his dad. And he said that he rode over to the bridge and his dad went to meet the girls. And he stayed in the Jeep. He stayed in the Jeep. I believe he said it was a red Jeep, which we located the Jeep, searched it, and didn't find any evidence indicating that anything that Keegan said. He also said they, him and his dad, threw some items off the bridge. We searched the bridge in the wrong place. We found no items. We used every investigative technique that we could to try to find evidence indicating that he was involved. And we could not, other than he admitted, Keegan admitted to being Anthony Schatz and communicating with the girls and setting the meeting up.
This is bullshit, Alado.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that he was Anthony Schatz? No. Did he continue to acknowledge his responsibility for part of this? He changed the story quite a bit, but yes. But it was consistent in that he said he was there, that his dad did it. Did he ever ask you specifically for any consideration, as we say in the business, in exchange for the information he was giving you? Now listen, because this is what Rick Snay refuses to admit exists. He wanted to be put into witness protection program. He never asked for any consideration like you're talking about, like as far as like plea bargains. I think there was some discussed, but he didn't give us any information that we could verify. But he was wanting basically to give this information to get put on a witness protection program. There was no agreement between you and he or his representative that if he sat and talked to you, he was going to get A, B, and C in return. Not me. The prosecutor might have made, you're talking about Sinkovics? No. Prosecutor McLeland. Do you know? I know there was communications, but I don't have any pleas. Deals that were struck, right. So at the time that you and your team sat down and talked to Keegan, you're not aware of any deals that were made that he would get something in return for providing information, whether accurate or not? No. Why are you kind of hesitating? Page 161. At one point, I know the prosecutor, McLeland, was going to offer him immunity. But I think that's different from what you're asking. Now that he's convicted, has there been any attempt to reach out to his legal representatives to forward your investigation in any way? Not yet. Let's talk about Tony Klein. Was he a suspect in the case at any point? Yes. And all these agencies still working his angle too? Yes. Was there a point in time when he was definitively excluded? I think so. I mean, we exhausted all other efforts. Tell me how that happened. At this time, with the information we have, we can't put him in Delphi or on the bridge. Does he have an alibi on that particular day? I don't recall. I can't recall. David Vito would be a great person to ask about anything Keegan and Tony Klein related. Ashley Garth was talking with Sheena Cottrell, Sheena Dillon, and Nick Edwards about the murder tape, the snuff film. So all we have to do is look as far as a couple blocks away to realize that all these people, Sheena lived, you guys can see, on November 30th of 2016 to June 7th of 2017. Sheena lived in that part of Peru just a few blocks over from Tony and Keegan. Jason Palladino, Sheena Cottrell, Keegan Klein. Tony Klein. Snuff film, Ashley Garth, Sheena Cottrell, Nick Edwards, Keegan Kline, Tony Klein. While investigating the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, detectives with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and Indiana State Police have uncovered an online profile named Anthony Schatz. The profile was being used from 2016 to 2017 on social media applications, including, but not limited to, Snapchat and Instagram. The fictitious Anthony Schatz profile used images of a known male model and portrayed himself as being extremely wealthy and owning numerous sports cars. The creator of the fictitious profile used this information while communicating with juvenile females to solicit nude images, obtain their physical addresses, and attempt to meet them. 3 separate activities: nudes, addresses, meetups. We've identified the male in these images that were used by the Anthony Schatz profile. The male that is in the photos is not a person of interest in the investigation. Detectives are seeking information about the person who created the Anthony Schatz profile. Investigators would like any individual that communicated with, met, or attempted to meet. Again, communicated with, met, or attempted to meet. What happened with Abby and Libby? Communicated with, met, and attempted to meet. For example, please provide when you communicated, how you communicated, what apps, and if Anthony Schatz attempted to meet you or obtain your address. If you have saved images or conversations, please attach them. You've seen this before. Bud, from your Dropbox, off your phone, we have started one of the largest child pornography investigations ever undertaken in the state of Indiana.
Oh my God!
Now, you guys think this is a joke?
Bruh.
Your Dropbox account. From your Dropbox. You're exchanging Dropbox links that go to your Dropbox. From your Dropbox, off your phone, we've started one of the largest child pornography investigations ever undertaken in the state of Indiana. And they say, no, it's the read technique. It's the read technique. They can lie.
This is bullshit, Alado.
Okay, let's figure that out. Let's figure that out. What do we have here? We have David Vito on February 25th of 2017. Okay, think hard with me. Keep up with me. February 25th of 2017. Indiana State Police and FBI executed a search warrant at 67 Canal Street, Peru, Indiana, while working the Delphi murders case. The FBI sent information to the Indiana State Police Cybercrimes Unit that an adult male was soliciting female juveniles utilizing social media platforms, Snapchat and Instagram. The adult male was using the username Anthony Shots. Subpoenas were sent to Instagram and Snapchat for the Anthony Shots account information. Instagram and Snapchat returns provided Comcast IP addresses. A subpoena was sent to Comcast for the IP addresses associated with the Anthony Shots accounts, and they returned to 67 East Canal Street, Peru, Indiana. The Instagram subpoena advised the Anthony Shots account was registered on 7/20/2016, and the Snapchat return advised the account was registered on 7/14/2016. On February 25th, 2017, the search warrant was executed on the residence by ISP, FBI, Peru Police Department. Tony Klein and his son, Keegan Anthony Klein, were located in the residence. Keegan admitted to creating the fake Anthony Shots profiles and speaking to underage girls. Keegan told Sergeant Matthew Collins that the girls ranged from 15 to 17 years old, and he knew their ages because they told him how old they were. Keegan stated he received approximately 100 sexual pictures from underage girls. Keegan described sexual pictures as bare breasts, vaginas, butts, and girls in bras and panties. Keegan also advised he received approximately 20 videos of underage girls masturbating. Keegan stated he would masturbate to the pictures and videos they sent him. He also communicated this to the girls who were sending the pictures and videos. Keegan's polygraph questions were based on the Delphi murders case. Keegan's polygraph was concluded at approximately 7:30 p.m. and he was transported back to his residence. The undersigned watched the interview and polygraph recordings of Keegan Klein. Multiple electronic devices were seized during the warrant, including Apple iPhones, Galaxies, notebook tablets, and an Apple iPod Touch. On February 27, 2017, Keegan contacted ISP Cybercrimes Unit and told them he located his Apple iPhone 5C that wasn't taken during the warrant. On March 2nd, 2017, the unit obtained the iPhone that was wiped. Okay? Apple iPhone 4. The user of this device communicated with female teens and shared media files depicting CSAM. The user portrayed themselves as a female teen using the name Emily Ann 45. Many of the communications were recovered from Kik Messenger and Snapchat. Media artifacts were also found on this device. There were multiple CSAM and erotica media files which the user saved to the device and or shared or received. There were CSAM files that depicted female children approximately 12 to 17 years of age, posing nude, partially nude, performing sex acts on themselves. There were files located which depicted children between the approximate ages of 3 and 11 engaged in sex acts with adults. There were also still images showing possible drugs and images showing Keegan with a black handgun. On 5/14/2016, there was a discussion that involved the user of the iPhone and another party sharing Dropbox public links.
Oh my God!
Bruh.
Containing CSAM and child erotica media files. Wait up. Are you telling me Keegan's probable cause affidavit alleges that in May of 2016, there were Dropbox links containing CSAM being shared? Oh, so this isn't a result of the Reed technique either. Wait a minute. Bud, from your Dropbox off your phone, we have started one of the largest child pornography investigations ever undertaken in the state of Indiana. Bud, on 5/14/2016, there was a discussion that involved the user of the iPhone, Keegan's iPhone, and another party sharing Dropbox public links containing CSAM child erotica. The user portrayed themselves as Emily Ann, 45. I guess it's not make-believe. I guess it's not a lie they're telling in that interview. In other words, in 2020, they're interviewing him in lines 14 and 15, revealing to him that from his Dropbox off his phone, they've started one of the largest child pornography investigations ever in the state of Indiana. In 2017, they get a return from his iPhone 4 that shows that the year prior, he was sharing Dropbox links containing CSAM. Okay, can we put this to rest? Can we put the bullshit that it's the Reed technique permanently to rest on these points? Because these points matter. This is Keegan's probable cause affidavit. February 25th, 2017, from Trooper David Vito, asserting that they discovered, as a result of the investigation of his iPhone 4 showed Dropbox links being shared. The same Dropbox that they're referencing in 2020 regarding this. 2017 and 3 years later, 2020. Okay? We must agree on what the facts are. What is the factual record? 2017, 2020. It's not a lie. It's not the Reed technique. It's a factual statement given to him to try to convince him they know what the fuck is going on. He needs to start telling the truth. Furthermore, there's another important fact from the Apple iPhone 3G in his probable cause affidavit of February 25th, 2017. They recover multiple still images depicting females posing in partially nude and performing sex acts on themselves. The ages of the females are indeterminate. Multiple user-saved screen captures of conversations were found. In one screen capture, the sender specifically identified the receiver as Keegan Klein. The user saved over 200 still images to this device, this Apple iPhone 3G, containing location data. Location data that was embedded into the photographs. Approximately 25 of the photographs with location data embedded depicted females 14 years of age or older. Some of these images depicted nude females. Some of the 27 images were geolocated using this location data to cities in Indiana, including Bunker Hill, Galveston, Indianapolis, Kokomo, Monterey, and Royal Center. 7 Indiana cities where 27 photographs of nude minors came from with geolocation data embedded in the metadata. These are local victims who were sending their own produced images directly to Keegan through a Dropbox and Kik, Snapchat, Skype. There were multiple CSAM images on the Samsung Galaxy S4. The way the files were named indicate the images were captured by screenshot and or received from Snapchat or Skype. Many of the CSAM files depicted children approximately 12 to 17 posing nude, partially nude, performing sex acts on themselves. More still images depicted possible drug paraphernalia also found on this device. The Apple iPod Touch was named Keegan. There were multiple still images found on this device depicting females posing nude, partially nude, performing sex acts. The ages of these females were indeterminate. 4 of the still images of females on this device contained geolocation data embedded into the file. The location of these 4 images geolocated from Hammond or Royal Center, Indiana. In other words, more local victims of Indiana from Hammond and Royal Center. So now you have Hammond, Royal Center, Monterey, Kokomo, Indianapolis, Galveston, and Bunker Hill.
Bruh.
Do you think we're making this shit up? And do you think the cops were lying? I'm now going to read to you this is from an interview of Hope DeMello. This was taken August 24th of 2021. August 24th of 2021. Before the arrest of Richard Allen. So we've been finding, says David Vito, we've been finding that a lot of people have actually told us more information than they did in 2017. And something that, a lot of people we've talked to said, well, I thought that was pretty insignificant, so I didn't say anything. But when they tell us, we're like, wow, that's actually very significant to us. So today, I really just want you to know, again, relax. I know this is kind of an uncomfortable setting. 3 people sitting in front of you, but relax. You're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything wrong. Hope DeMello says, it's not you guys, it's just like the situation itself. Absolutely, says David Vito. And we want you to be comfortable. So if you need something to drink or anything, let me know. And then the biggest thing is just, don't be afraid to tell us anything, no matter how much you think it's insignificant or not, because it could be. But if you can kind of take me back to what you remember around that time frame and just start from there. So Hope says, I didn't really know Abby as well, but I had a lot of classes with Liberty, and we were cousins. And we were more of like closer friends than cousins. Like, it wasn't really, never saw each other in like family things or anything like that, but she liked to like talk to people on social media and like random people from different places. This is your victimology. She liked to talk to people on social media, random people from different places regarding Liberty. And I remember there was this one guy that was like, she would talk about a lot. And he was like super rich. Like, I had no idea where he was from, but I always remembered that. I mean, I told the FBI that when I talked to them, because like, I wasn't the one that held stuff back, because obviously I cared a lot. And being from my dad's situation, like, I know how important every single detail is. So I did share that with them. Her older sister, Kelsey, had a boyfriend at that time. Other than that, there wasn't really a whole lot of odd things like that, I think. Now,
I'm legally blind.
There's this app called Yellow. There's this app called Yellow. It was kind of like a dating app, I guess. It was like in the form of Tinder. But once you like match somebody, you got their Snapchat, and that's how you talk to people. Aha. I don't really think it's a thing anymore, but she was on that a lot. Were you on that? Just to like see what it was, but it didn't last very long. I was like, this is stupid. Well, tell us how that worked. Again, this is Yellow. Remember, we've spoken about Yellow. You hook your Snapchat up to it. Do you remember when you signed up for Yellow? Did you sign up? Did you have to link your Snapchat account when you did it? Yes, I'm pretty sure. What other identifying information did Yellow have or ask about you? It was your name. I'm assuming it kind of had like an email if you were to lose your password or something. It did say your location, but I don't think it was, it might have been super specific, but I don't think it was. It might have just been like Lafayette or something. You describe it kind of like a Tinder. Yes. Would you swipe left or right? You would swipe left or right. So basically, you launch the app. It puts a profile right in front of you. and you'd be, I'm assuming it used geolocation. Yeah. To put people close. Yeah. And it was like a swipe. Do you recall if yellow, like if it could set your preferences to a specific area? Like you could do like within 25-mile radius or 50-mile radius. I'm not sure about that. But I do remember seeing people from out of state. So I think you can do both, I'm assuming. Okay. How much do you know of Liberty using the Yellow app? I'm pretty sure that's how she met people through other things, or it started there and then she went to Instagram. I know that one guy she said something about was Instagram, but the thing like that, I had pictures and stuff that she would send me of him, but I lost my old Instagram, so I don't have stuff like that anymore. So I'm like, my or her Snapchat either. Like I didn't save stuff like that when I could have, but okay. And yeah, we're circle. You guys are cousins though. Who? My mom's side in some way. Your mom's side. Yeah. Okay. What's your mom's name? Melissa DeMello. Okay. Yeah. And you said you did have yellow for just a little bit to see. Yeah. How it was. What other apps did you remember using at the time? Just Instagram and Snapchat. No Facebook or anything. Do you remember your names on there, like your username? Somebody else has it now, but I think it was Hope D 2002. Okay. When did you get rid of Snapchat? Oh, I still have Snapchat. Your Hope D 2002? Oh, that was my Instagram. Somebody took it over. If you look it up, it's something else now. Do you still have the same same Snapchat though? Yeah, which is Hope D 2002. Any other app? What about House Party, Monkey, those things? Omegle, Short, Trulette? No. Kick. Yellow app. When did you think you've downloaded that? Maybe a month before everything. I guess something like that. Oh my God.
Bruh.
You mean like January? Yeah. I mean that was kind of the talk of the school type thing, like the new thing coming out. Well, I don't think so because we would have like found each other or more like I don't remember talking about it very much. Well, where did Liberty have an app? What? The app. Where was it on or in at or do you know? Did she have it on her phone or iPad? Yeah. You said yeah, I think she was on it. I think she had it on her phone. Was it hidden? I have no idea. Did Liberty ever discuss the calculator app with you? Like the hidden calculator app?
Oh my God!
Bruh.
I don't think so, but I like knew of it. Like other friends I had used it. So pretty much it's a common thing with your peer group. Yeah. Hiding applications in a calculator app. How did you find that Libby had the yellow app? I think I got screenshots of people that she talked to on it or whatever. Okay, I use that too type of thing. Or like just to see, I guess. Now when you're saying she routinely sent your screenshots of people she had met on Yellow or communicated with, yeah. I think. How many do you recall? Well, at least two. I don't know if she met that one rich guy on whatever Yellow, but I knew about one other guy. Who was that? I don't know. Oh my God.
Bruh.
Do you remember anything about him? Details? Who or who she may have said? Or maybe what they look like? But two people in the Yellow app at least that she sent you, but neither one of them were that rich guy. Is that fair to say? Yeah, I think so. Or do you think one of them could have been the rich guy? Honestly, maybe like I said, there's like layover. You meet one person, I mean, you look at their Instagram and stuff like that across different platforms. Yeah. But you don't remember names? Now, at the time you talked to the FBI, I mean, have you forgotten the names just since then or that time when you talked to the FBI? Do you remember their names? I'm not sure, you know. How long do you think Liberty had yellow? I don't really know. Like I said, I only knew about it when she talked to me about it and we were close, but we weren't like, I don't know. I guess we weren't really nosy with each other. Like there's people who are like super close, know everything about each other. Like we weren't friends like that. You didn't have to talk to each other every day to still be friends. Okay. Do you recall in that time frame, like around the time she was murdered, was the rich guy that she was primarily talking about at that point in time, or you're really talking about these two guys? Was there another one in around the same time frame, or was it with just one guy? She talked about the rich guy, Anthony Schatz, a lot. A lot. I think the other one, she was just one or ones. I don't know. She was just more like friendly with him. Like, I don't know. She thought the rich guy was attractive.
Bruh.
You know, he's a rich guy, whatever. And when you say she talked to you about him, was this strictly on social media or did she ever talk to you about him in person? I don't think in person unless it was like just mentioning something little maybe. Yeah, it's definitely a gray area for me because I'm an anxious person sometimes and like my body prefers to, you know, block that from me. So I didn't think about it all the time. Do you think back during this point in time that her focus was like the guy she was most interested in? Do you know what it was, it that rich guy she was talking to who she was primarily interested in at that point or juncture or point in time? I believe so, yes. And did you hear back like anyone else? Did you hear anyone else talk about that guy back then that she may have been interested in, like at the school telling people about this guy? I don't think so. Okay. Or after it happened, you know, the talk between you guys? No. I'm pretty sure I was the only one that told like the FBI about it. I don't know like if anyone else knew about it. I mean, can you tell me, is there specifically what she said about him, or can you tell us everything about that rich guy then? I know he wasn't from here. He had a bunch of like fancy cars, like Lamborghinis and stuff like that.
Bruh.
I don't think he lived here, but I think he was like a state nearby, surrounding state nearby. Other than that, I can't really remember anything else. Did she tell you how old he was? No, but he definitely seemed less than like 23.
Bruh.
If we showed you a picture, would you be able to say probably, maybe, yes? Is the name kind of ringing a bell or about Anthony Schatz?
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Name wise, I'm not sure. I don't think she told me his last name, but his first name maybe. Anthony, maybe? Yeah.
Bruh.
So the pictures of this guy in the Lamborghini, you remember seeing those? Uh-huh, yeah.
Bruh.
If I could refresh your memory a little here, we have some Snapchat communications. Between, you know, Liberty and you. And on February 12th, so that would have been the Sunday, she sent you a message saying, "Have you seen this video?" Mm-hmm. You remember that? I knew there was at least, or at least I remember that. Was it like from Instagram? So this is via Snapchat. You guys are talking. Okay. And she sent you, "Have you seen this video?" And you replied, "Yes." You remember what the video would have been? No, but I'm guessing it was of that guy. Yeah.
Bruh.
Because she follows up with, "That's the guy I talked to, I swear." Yeah. because I remember seeing, like, I think a video was from Instagram. So it made me think that, oh, this is probably wasn't the guy you were talking to, because this video has been like everywhere. Yeah, it was a video of that guy. Yeah. And so you responded, a fucking Lamborghini. Holy shit.
Well, obviously.
And she responds, I talked to a famous hot guy and he's rich.
Bruh.
Is this starting to kind of ring a bell now? You ask, what's his name? She says, Anthony. You say, I like it. You said, don't tell him to shave his mustache and don't send him a pic of Hannah. Hannah? Don't send him a pic of Hannah.
Oh my God!
Bruh.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Do you remember that? No. Because he might have unadded her. Did her and Hannah have kind of like a thing with boys or something? Yeah, probably. Back and forth? Yeah. Okay. And you guys have something in the past, right? Did she think you had taken a guy from her at one point in time? I don't know. Do you recall in 2017, like, who your boyfriends were, like, going back? I know she didn't like my boyfriend, Nathan. Who was it? Nathan. Abramzik. Okay. I don't know who those weren't really relationships. I get what you're saying. I'm trying to see if I can go back and figure out. Liberty had some back and forths with other girls because, you know how boys are bouncing around, and she felt like, this girl took my boy or whatever.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah. And so we're trying to figure out the dynamics of what, kind of remember this conversation coming back. I mean, it's been a minute, but okay, this might help. Who's Ricky? Who's Ricky? Oh, I never liked him, but, well, who was Ricky? Well, I never really had a lot of classes with him. I played like indoor soccer with him. That was about it. I didn't really know they were close until after the fact. But because he still posts to her and stuff. I don't know if you guys know that or not. He did what? He like still posts to her and stuff that he misses her and all that. But other than that, well, what's his name? Martinez. Ricky Martinez. Okay, so in her mind, she thought that like Ricky was starting to liking you. Oh, well, it kind of appears just from reading some of her communications, back like in October of 16, kind of going back in that time frame. We were just curious, especially about this conversation with this Anthony. Do you recall that day? No, and that's the one point. She's continued this conversation. He might unadd you if you do these things. Yeah, true. I'm making sure we stay because he has 60.7 thousand followers. 60.7 thousand followers. Wait. Are we in October of 2016? Guys. Are we saying that in October of 2016, she's communicating with Anthony Schatz? Is that what I'm reading here? October of 2016? This conversation with Anthony? He might unadd you. He's got like 60.7 thousand followers. Wow, you said. And she goes, yeah, and he talks to me. You sent a message saying selfies? So it looks like I'm assuming, because the comment, it looks like she was getting a lot of stuff from Instagram sending it to you. I didn't get one earlier, and you said, got you. And she goes, yeah, I'll show you Tuesday. I mean, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought they were introduced to Anthony Shots the week before, the sleepover before. Are we fucking understanding what the hell I'm saying here? Are we understanding where I'm
It
going?
was our job to help law enforcement.
Are you understanding what I'm showing to you right now? They're discussing her speaking with Anthony Shots back in October of 2017. October 2016. Look, it's line 11. Back in October of 16. Curious about this conversation with this Anthony. Lines 18 to 22. He might unadd you if you do those things. I'm making sure we stay because he has 60.7 thousand followers. And Libby says, yeah, and he talks to me. She said, I didn't get one earlier. I'll show you Tuesday. And you guys clearly in this conversation say, do you have selfies of him? And she's saying, no, but I'll show you Tuesday. Kind of the fact he was famous. I guess because obviously a lot of people impersonate famous people pretty easily. So do you feel like when she said, I'll show you Tuesday, she was going to prove to you that he was real? Yeah. I mean, not in person because like we didn't really hang out after school. Like I didn't really hang out with anybody after school. So how would she be able to, if she saw you in class Tuesday, just showed you his Instagram? Yeah. Okay. Do you think we're just like we're trying to understand this communication, you know? And it seems like maybe she had a few boys that she viewed as taken. Would that be something she would do, which would you would think, in your opinion, would meet this person to prove to you, hey, I'm talking to this guy? I think so. I mean, it'd be hard for her to do that at our age back then, you know, to set something up like that or make that happen without other people knowing. But you got to think your kids are hiding stuff in the calculator apps, you know, on Yellow app. Obviously, right. I guess the other school of thought is we're looking at this, and I think that, you know, for apparently she didn't care for Marin. I'm like, got hurt about anything, but just me knowing that she didn't really like her was much harder after all that happened because Marin was all like, oh, we're best friends. So just from communications, you know, she sees this like Ricky as you like you took Ricky from her and then he went away and then Marin, you know, there was an instance of Marin taking a boy from her. So I mean there's this kind of thing like the ones looking at it's almost like, hey, if I meet this guy and I'm going back and hitting all these people up that have taken guys from me, I'm going to show you. You know what I mean? And it's a real concern reading that because Liberty, I mean, obviously she believed this is who she was talking to. Without a doubt. Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. So I guess, do you think it's possible, if knowing Liberty back then, her mindset, do you think it's something in her mind could have potentially happened? Well, mainly, I don't know how to explain. I'm looking for a word, but she was very quick to believe things she heard. Gullible? Naive? But yeah, like let's say the Ricky thing, okay? Yeah, like her and Marin. It sure was like ridiculous drama. Not like solid or reason to end a friendship about something like that. I guess she did, or was more dramatic in that way. 12, 13 years old girls. When you talk to the FBI, this was the exact question. Describe any instance in which the victim ever discussed or displayed fear, concern, discomfort about a particular person or situation. And you responded, some guys online who are just weird. Can you tell me a little bit about that? I don't completely remember that. I'm guessing there was the yellow people because I got it. So you choose who you talk to. Instagram is less, so it was probably yellow. And she was just like, once she figured that out, I'm sure she was probably just friendly with him to try to, end that. But other than that, I don't really remember. Does anything stick out? Mm-hmm. As weird to you? Mm-hmm. Would you describe the Anthony guy as weird, or was there something sexual that was weird? Probably like creepy more so. Okay. Describe the instances. So it would have been ever discussed or displayed fear, concern, or discomfort. Is there any time that she talked to you about being afraid of something or concerned or uncomfortable about? Not that I can remember. I want you guys to know like how much I hate being not able to. Okay. We understand. Do you ever did you ever communicate with this Anthony? I don't think so.
Bruh.
So I mean, you don't remember any of these images getting sent directly to you from him, or did you reach out to him afterwards after they were missing? No. Do you remember ever seeing him in the Yellow app or Instagram? I don't think so. Okay. When do you think it started that if he offered to send her money or to come see her, so I think it was a couple weeks before. I don't really know, maybe a month before. Wait. She say anything about if he offered to send her money or to come see her? And she says a few weeks to a month before. Hmm. She had sent you something later in the evening on February 12th. So it could have been Sunday. It would have been Sunday. We're talking about earlier, she sends you this video of Anthony. And, I talked to this rich guy. He's got a Lamborghini. You've seen those pictures. Then later on, she sends you something and she says, how? Oh my God, wow. And then you respond, wow. Remember what it was? And she says, I know, right? I mean, maybe it was a picture or something like that. And, she's asking you how. Oh my God. And you respond, wow. It might have been like another car picture or something, because I feel there was that one. There might have been like a row of them or something. Okay. Did you ever see any of these? I don't think so. And this was on Musically. Okay. Was there any speculation as to what happened? After the fact, I remember it got called into the office with all the other girls. They thought that they just fell somehow, and then they obviously changed pretty quickly, but that's pretty much it. I was kind of surprised because, like, some of my other friends that weren't as close got interviewed at the school somehow. I actually volunteered to talk, so then I got taken to the jail / whatever in town, sheriff's department. Yeah. And I talked to my FBI lady there. That's how I did it. How many times were you interviewed? Was she the only one that interviewed you? Yeah. So, along with Jeremy said, so was it the kids that were talking? I mean, what was the speculation? Hey, I bet the guy they knew, I bet that it was aliens. I don't really remember since it was such at least, or not around me, because I feel like they knew I obviously wouldn't appreciate them talking about it in general or at school. So there might have been, but not anything I remember. We talked about it more like we didn't really do anything in math class for the rest of the year. We just kind of talked about our feelings rather than the situation. Okay. Now, she was on boys' social media, like, that was pretty well known that she was. Yes. Instagram for sure, but I don't really, like I said, Yellow wasn't all that popular, and I don't remember people talking about it a lot. People knew about that. I think that's it. Do you know if there were like a group of kids that could have been on Yellow and it was more like a self-perception thing or preservation thing, like they don't want the parents to find out? I mean, I'm sure, but not anybody. They weren't really super secretive like that. They just all had like the calculator app for pictures or whatever. All right. So there's more of this, okay? But I wanted you to get the flavor of this stuff right here regarding the Anthony shots, okay? And then I want to follow that up before we end with one more thing, uh, which is this right here. Now, this is going back to the Keegan Klein transcript, okay? So right now what we're going to go into is this particular ski mask incident that everyone loves to argue about. Because again, what we want to do is we want to get to some understanding of the ski mask incident. Okay. So they start with this. They say, "Who's William Brummett?" And Keegan says, "I went to school with him." Like high school? Yeah. He and I was friends with his sister. "Who's that?" "Kalena Brummett." "Did you date her?" "No, I was really good friends with her though." "What about Melissa Brummett?" "Who's that?" "Her mom." "Well, her stepmom." "Kalena's?" "Yeah, William's too." "Who's Jessica Brummett?" "I mean, I'm guessing someone, maybe her cousin." "Okay, what about Alexis Brummett, her little sister?" "Who's?" "William and Kalena's." "Okay, so do William and Kalena, so that's brother and sister?" "Yeah, I think they were half, but yeah." "Okay, who's Kyla Brummett?" "Who?" "Oh my God."
Oh my God.
"Why you playing stupid now, douchebag?"
Bruh.
"Who's Kyla Brummett?" "I don't know."
This is bullshit, Alado.
Here's our
It was
job.
our job to help law enforcement.
"Who's Kyla Brummett?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "Went to school with William Brummett?" "Yeah, he was grades lower than me, but yeah, I even think he was like a grade or two lower than me." So that's what you connect with that entire family. I used to actually stay with them a lot when I was in Galveston. They lived in Galveston. Oh my God, guys!
Oh my God.
Guys, Need I remind you? Remember? Where's one of his victims? He's got victims in Bunker Hill,
Bruh.
Galveston.
Bruh.
Okay, you see the town there in the middle of your page to the left, Galveston. Let's get back to this. I stayed with that family when I lived in Galveston, when they lived in Galveston. Connect the shit, guys. The Brummets. I'm telling you, knocking it out of the fucking park. Follow me here. Kalena was like really one of my good, real friends in 6th grade, 5th grade, 7th. So like I already know what you're right. Like I did talk to her, yes. Not say like I remember you guys said it's the girl Alexis. I did talk to her back in the day. Like you dated her? No, I like tried to talk to her. Okay. And that's like where you said a little bit ago about the family or whatever. That would be, I guess, an instance of me knowing a family, you know? So a person associated with that family or directly associated with that family was talking to Anthony Schatz.
Bruh.
Right, probably Alexis had to be. And was looking to hook up with Anthony Schatz. So she gives an address to Anthony Schatz.
I'm legally blind.
Because she's coming home after school and she wants to hook up because her parents aren't home after school for a couple hours. Who's that, Alexis? No, someone associated with the Brummett family. Okay. And she gets off the girl associated with the Brummett family gets off the school bus and there's a guy with the ski mask peering in her bedroom window.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park.
Oh, okay. You're trying to say that's me or something? No, I'm not saying it's you. I'm just saying that there's another coincidence that we have a girl in Galveston talking to Anthony Schatz. She gives an address to Anthony Schatz because she wants to hook up with him. I don't even remember her giving an address. Right. But she did. She did. And in fact, there was actually a police report filed when it happened, which is true. For those of you who are going to say this is a read technique, this is all true. And there is a police report.
Bruh.
She comes home from school and she sees this guy with the ski mask looking in her bedroom window directly after giving this address to Anthony Schatz. As a matter of fact, that's the incident that started everything last time. That's how everything else started last time, was that incident. And on top of that, you searched the Brummets on February 19th of 2017. What do you mean I searched? The day before it happened, your phone shows that you searched the Brummett family. Bruh. Sorry, I just hold on. I was never in a ski mask looking at someone's fucking home. I could literally call Mike, her dad, right now and go over there. Yeah, but do they know you're Anthony Schatz? But I'm saying if I want to go over there, I would just fucking go over there. But she wouldn't give it to Keegan. She would, though. She told me that she liked me. That's the whole reason why I would talk and try to talk to her, because I knew she liked me. That doesn't mean I'm in a ski mask at her fucking home. I mean, what were you so concerned about with when you're in Vegas, or let's even go before you in Vegas, about being somehow connected to Liberty German? Because I talked to her friend on the phone. And that would really mean, you said yourself can talk to a friend of someone. Yep. All right, guys. So we're going to have to end here and end up doing a part 2, because I'm only halfway through what I had prepared for tonight's show. It was that much information that we're going to have to have a part 2. It's going to be Delphi, a Complete Disaster Part 2, in which we'll cover the second half of what I wanted to show about this community, the plants, and the narrative control / distraction campaign. Okay, so we'll be getting into that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to supplement that with a Substack article. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my entire, I'm going to reconfigure my presentation into a Substack article as a resource for you all. And we will do a part 2 in which we go into the second half of this, which is the narrative control campaign, the chaos agent discussion, the plant aspect of this, controlled opposition and troll farm. So we'll be getting into that second half of this particular program probably this weekend, because tomorrow is our Friday night show. It's going to be a special show. We're going to focus back on the appeal tomorrow night. So tomorrow's Friday night show will be about the appeal. So we're going to stop this presentation, do the second half after we covered the appeal on tomorrow night. So anyhow, I want to thank you all for being here. Look, this was incredibly long. We're at the 4.5 hour mark, and we're only halfway through the volume of information I had prepared for us in covering this comprehensive narrative control campaign aimed at distracting you and confusing you and keeping you from looking at the pedophile network that's at play here, and that these girls got themselves entangled in. Now let's be honest here. You have to do a fair victimology when you study these victims. And it is very unreasonable to look at Liberty German and Abigail Williams and not look at their activities in the year prior to their murders, what they were doing, who they were talking to, and what their behaviors were that possibly got them on the target list, on the radar for these people who would eventually end up being responsible for their deaths. So please keep in mind that as we look at these victims, it's not victim blaming, it's identifying the behaviors of the victims that possibly got them caught up in this scenario. And if the behaviors of these victims were speaking with Keegan Kline and his entire circle of people, I want you to keep in mind this particular aspect that I showed here. Let's see if I can grab it again. Geez, where did I put that, Prof? There you go. There it is. Wait, is that not it? Oh, geez, man. Come on. There it is. Still not it. Come on. There we go. Remember this right here. Ashley Garth, Sheena Cottrell, Nick Edwards, murder tape / snuff film. blocks away from 16 to 17, 2016 to 2017, Sheena Cottrell, Jason Palladino, Ashley Garth, Nick Edwards, Murder Tape, Keegan Kline, Tony Klein. The potentialities of these groups crossing paths, right? The pedophiles, traders in CSAM, the gangsters, traders in methamphetamine, both working together, traders in human trafficking, little girls. This nexus it's our chosen focus. And again, remember, we've said the Dropbox is the nexus to their murders. Understand what that means. This is an inclusive theory. It's an inclusive investigation. It's not exclusionary. It's not ignoring all of the facts that I brought you tonight. Remember tonight what we actually saw after we listened to that really horrible interview and all the gaslighting? What we did is we looked at actual documentations, actual proof, actual receipts from the court record. And so there's no denying that. It is what it is. If you think that speculation and fantasy world is better than that, then you really don't belong here. Okay? Like I said, I'm looking for substantial foundations to build my speculation and theories on. And I consider this a substantial, substantive foundation, which I recommend all of you consider, because we could go willy-nilly and just pull off of rumors in the community and try to build a whole theory about that. Or we can start with building blocks that actually come from somewhere, like we did and like we have been doing for years. So I want to thank you all for being here and putting up with it, okay? I think we have a lot to think about. I wish that everyone would understand there will be no shutting up. So no matter how much harassment, I told you I will be targeted because of tonight's show, no matter how much targeting, no matter how much doxing or defamation or threats, how many threats, we're not going to stop. So you might as well stop. Learn to debate authentically, in good faith, using facts as what you're hitching to. Stop the gaslighting. Stop the logical fallacies. Stop the personal attacks. It will never work. And in part 2 of this, we're going to go into why it doesn't work once the victim or the receiver understands what's happening, because that's what makes you invincible or bulletproof. When you recognize the tactics that are taking place or being used, they no longer have the effect on you. So we'll be covering that in part 2. Jesus, I wish we could cover it tonight, because it would be a good one. And I have it all prepared, but we'll cover it next time. You're going to see the narrative control campaign in action. Okay. So with that being said, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate you so much. I'm going to leave the chat running a minute while I get out of here. And thanks for hanging. I know it was a long one. We're out of here.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Off as a fucking terrorist. Fucking pedophile, sympathizing fucking terrorist.
Please hit the like on the way out. Hit the like on the way out if you're in the replay. Leave comments down below. We appreciate it. God bless. Happy Thursday, August 27th. Thanks to everyone in the live chat. Thank you so much. I'm putting your chats up. Good night, everyone.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
Freedom of speech is a First Amendment right for American citizens. That doesn't mean you're free of consequences.
This is bullshit, Alado.
I'm legally blind.
It was our job to help law enforcement.
Prof is a fucking terrorist. A fucking pedophile, sympathizing fucking terrorist.
Bruh.
I had an agreement because Cross started going after the family of the Delphi case. And when I started calling him out on his bullshit, he got really pissed and like blocked me twice from Sunday.
Bruh.
Let's have a good time. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. Discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. I can't relate to where I am. People just don't give a damn. I'll find a way, make a break, figure out what it takes while traveling at the speed of light. Changes come, they affect their sight. Now it's been 7 years, almost there. The planet nears, taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. discovered that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. Taken for a trip on a new dimension ship. Taken for a ride over to the other side. To discover that time's been forgotten like a song that they never played on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long. They never played it on the radio too long.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Doug Wright.